But it was a good experience, I guess.
No, I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Welcome to the Provo Municipal Council work session. It's 12:10 on Tuesday, March 15th, 2016. We are gathered in the City Center Conference Room at 351 West Center in Provo, Utah. This meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Provo Channel 17, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. We'll begin with a roll call. If you would begin, Mr. Harding.
David Harding.
George Stewart. Dave Act.
Gary Winterton.
Kim Santiago.
Matt Taylor.
Brian Jones.
Louise Jorgensen. Thank you. And Mr. Sewell will be joining us shortly. And Mayor will be joining us a little bit later as well. So everyone has had a chance to review the March 1st work meeting minutes. We'll opening prayer first. Oh. Okay. Sorry. We'll have an opening prayer by Karen Tapahi, Community Relations Coordinator for the Council.
Give me a chance to actually turn on the microphone. I keep forgetting we have one now. Or not.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're grateful for this opportunity to gather and consider the needs and the needs of the city. We ask that Thou would please bless everyone in this room, that they may have the needs of and the concerns of the citizens of Provo in their hearts and minds as they make decisions this day. And we also ask that Thou would bless the food that we've been provided for lunch, and ask Thee to bless this city of Provo, that we may work together to be good neighbors to each other. And we ask this in the name of Thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Welcome, Mr. Sewell. Are there any questions or concerns with the minutes? March 1st, Mr. Harding.
Under public engagement, it shows that Councilmember Dave Knack will report on the first bullet point. Maybe just talk about reporting on. It's more than just reporting on, it's actually directing the effort to go out and research and make recommendations. Is that enough to worry about to fix, or is that kind of implied in report on? I wasn't sure if report on captured the nature of the assignment. Because it was Dave Sewell on the second bullet point and myself on the third bullet point. Is it worth correcting?
Would you suggest a correction?
The suggestion would be, instead of will report on, would be will.
Are there any other questions?
Motion to approve those changes.
All in favor of approving those edits? Are you in favor or opposed, Mr. Stewart, of approving that edit? In favor? Okay.
Who seconded that?
That was Mr. Van Buren. And are there any others? Okay, so look for a motion. Thank you, Mr. Winterton. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Harding. All in favor? Thank you. Voting is unanimous in the affirmative. First item of business is a follow-up discussion regarding the community development fees identified for review from the Consolidated Fee Schedule. In our last work session, council requested a comparative analysis be done on the fees that were presented, and Mr. McGinn is here to present those findings.
After our last meeting, we went back and updated the fees compared to other similarly situated size cities that have in the past looked at. And we've done this a few times in the past, so we just really used the same template, kind of updated it a little bit, and used pretty much the same cities that traditionally we have. And just went through and either looked on their website and got the information or ended up calling them on some issues. And again, not every fee that we charge is exactly the same. It's not standard uniform. We charge some fees that nobody else charges, or just hardly anybody charges. For instance, an agricultural protection area, that really is something that people that live in an agricultural area and want to protect it, it's a county and state law issue that has to go to the municipal council, and we've only had one or two people ever come in and talk about that. One person paid an application fee, kind of started it, and then dropped it, and we refunded the fee and moved on. And no other city that I know of deals with that. So that's a quick example of the variability of some of the fees. And as we took this, we have provided council staff our comparison that we have here, and we are generally never the highest and never the lowest. We're kind of somewhere generally in the mid-range, and that's in the past, as we've talked with council, where they have had us be. And so I can answer any specific questions. If you have it, yes.
So looking at these numbers, Warren stood out to me as kind of our sister city. It's another college town, about the same size, and virtually every one of their fees is about double or triple than what they're charging. I thought that was an interesting difference.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so are they making it up elsewhere, or because I know that we on the fees that were listed, even if we went 100%, it was only like $33,000 difference or whatever, so it wasn't like there was any gold mine. I just find that those prices to be significant, and maybe more significant than the others who are either not a college town or not close by. So if anyone's arguing to make adjustments, I would say we should look seriously at what Warren's doing. Is Warren driving away people with those fees?
I don't know that. Honestly, with the fees for other communities, what I know about them is what I see online, or if we called them, what I see here. The impact or what people are saying about the community and how much revenue they're generating, I have no idea.
I don't want to be totally afraid of making adjustments. We went through that for 20 years on the energy bill, and then we had to finally make a big adjustment. So if there are things that we ought to raise, even if it's just 5%, let's just do it, and it kind of makes it worth the time that you invested in this whole process. If we do nothing, it's like, why do you do this?
Well, in the general plan, when we did that one, and we looked at it, we didn't make any changes, but we have put in a lot of time for it. And I can say to analyze that, which is a good process. It's good to know what we do internally to generate. What we do internally when we process an application, and how we're doing that. That was a good exercise to go through. And then it's always good to see what you are doing in comparison to your neighboring cities. As far as the fees themselves, I don't think we've had significant increases in quite a while in any of the fees we have. We may have a minor one. So just with cost of inflation over time, I think that's a very fair statement that we really haven't made any increases, or if we have, they've been minor and in selective groups. And I don't know, I'd have to do research to go back and tell you what all those fees are and when they've been changed over the years. I don't have that information.
Was there anything in this comparative analysis that stood out to you that made you think a little bit differently about maybe what we're doing as you saw the numbers and were able to compare city to city?
Not really. To me, what it told me is that this is still consistent with previous councils where they've wanted to be is we don't want to be the highest, we don't want to be the lowest, we want to generally be somewhere in the middle of the pack. I can remember in the past and speaking with some councils about fees, the analysis wasn't of how much cost it took or time to process a particular application, what we're doing in the process we're going through. It was more of just make a chart of all our fees and everybody else's fees and rank them, and we don't want to be the highest, we don't want to be the lowest, we want to kind of be generally in the middle. And as I looked at this, that's still consistent with that direction for the past.
I don't want to be the highest or the lowest. I want to be where we should be. I don't think it makes any difference whether they're the highest or the lowest. I think we should be recovering our costs, but I don't think the general taxpayers should be subsidizing these fees. And I'm in favor of particularly taking into consideration our biggest competition with the Orem. And we could double our fees and still be equal to or less than Orem. And so that's where I am. I don't understand why we wouldn't want to recover our costs, why we'd be subsidizing these fees to this degree.
And the comparisons, we're comparing with Payson and Springville as well, and the population size is very different when you're talking Payson, which is, I don't know, 20, 30,000. Are they 20 and Springville's 30, something like that?
Something like that. I don't know. And the reason why we put in some Springville and Payson is they're generally in the valley. And we often get, it's interesting, or at least in the past, it's been interesting for council members to see what some of our neighbors are at, where they are at.
I agree, and then I just say that there's, that one caveat that some of these cities have not even a third of our population, so
yes.
a fourth of our population. Dave.
Just an observation and some thoughts. I agree that we're not the highest or the lowest on any of these fees generally. But I felt like we were often maybe 20th percentile as far as, we're not on the ends, but we don't necessarily seem, just kind of glancing over it, to be right in the middle. We seem to be on the low end.
That's the impression I got. We're probably, right just below middle.
Okay.
Generally.
Okay. The second thought is, from our last discussion, it seemed like we have all of these fees, but in comparison to, I already forgot the terms for it, but plan check fees and
building
permit fees, this is a small portion.
Yes, I think generally we're on track to, with these types of fees that we're discussing today, probably the fiscal year that we're in right now will generate somewhere around between $100,000 to $130,000 in that area. Typically, is what we would do. Whereas plan check fees and building permit fees, those will probably this fiscal year together be $2 million,
yeah.
2.2 million, something like that.
So it's an order of magnitude different. So I wonder, should we look at those fees before we decide? Looking at the bigger picture, I think might be helpful. In looking at these fees as well. Okay, so that was an observation. Another observation is, some of these affect our large commercial developers. Some of them affect our residents doing their own work. And as has been pointed out, sometimes the individual doing their basement ends up costing the city more than the large developer does, just because of experience and whatnot. But I think we need to be careful with which fees and how. And we may want to look at what the impact may be as far as, we could increase a fee, but if it reduces compliance, we may be working against what our overall goals are and may even decrease our revenue because we just have more people that decide, it's not worth going in and getting the permit. So that's another thought. And then from talking, some initial early conversations with people that are in the industry, as far as the development approval process review, I would guess that some of the developers and builders might welcome some fee increases if it meant that some of the bottlenecks that they're experiencing are opened up. And so I don't know if you would disagree with that, Kay, but from sometimes the costs and delays that they experience are in the tens of thousands of dollars, and if it could double what they pay, add another $500, which would avoid that $40,000 delay, maybe something that they would welcome. The final thought is responding a little bit to what George was saying. Why would we not charge the fees that just cover what it costs us to have these regulations?
That's a minimal cost.
Yeah, and then the minimum of, the low end of what's average. That agreed. The city has revenues, the city has expenses, and some of these developments can, over their lifetime, bring in a lot of revenue into the city. And some maybe poor developments might end up being a net negative. And so if we're looking for partners to help build our city and to be financially strong in the long term, we want good projects. And so we need to be careful that we might worry about the cents up front and drive some good projects away that would in the end, pay us dollars to provide better services for our residents. So we may want to, that's at least a consideration, that we need to make sure that we're not driving away the kind of developments that we want that will strengthen us in the long term.
I would be willing to go through the fees and contact each council member to see if we can have more of us that are raising the individual fee, because that's almost we're going to get to come to any kind of conclusion. So I think you do it in a meeting like this, like everybody's going to go one by one, and so we're taking their time. Maybe if we could come up with a suggestion, a couple of us to work on it, ask for the fee increase, and see that it's a majority in favor of those fee increases to whatever they are. So I'm just looking for a expedite.
Do it fee by fee rather than by percentage?
Fee by fee, yeah, fee by fee. With the idea would take it to the cost. So that I will take the cost.
Mr. Witherton?
Yes. Gary, you only recommended 2 increases in fees the last meeting.
Yes.
And does that recommendation still stand after looking at this one more time, or do you think it would be appropriate to raise those a little bit more? Do you have any other recommendation, or is that the same recommendation you would give?
Well, yes, it's still the same recommendation. The fees for the 2 that we are or requesting to be raised, we need to do that. I think that's appropriate. And we're asking for 2 to be taken out because we don't use those anymore. It's kind of a vestige that we need to clean up the ordinance. The question of how high should our fees be raised, that's a really hard one for me. I can tell you clearly we're not recovering the effort that we as a city put into this. But I know different communities balance that differently and don't charge full cost recovery on some things because they believe there's a private benefit and a public benefit that goes with that. And exactly where that balance is, I think the council's probably best qualified to make that determination of whether it should be 100% cost recovery or not, and whether, if at all, it'll have an impact on any perceptions out there about Provo and our development process and developing in Provo, and what the value of that is.
Another question, the agricultural protection area, we're the only one that charges anything for that? And,
well, we're the only ones who charge something under this. It could be that another community, when they process an agricultural protection area, are doing it under a general plan type amendment process. We haven't done that in Provo. We put in agricultural protection area, but it's happened only a couple of times in the last couple of decades.
Mr. Knapp?
So if we've only done it a couple of times in 20 years, some of these people have never done it.
Yeah, that would be, I doubt Murray's ever done one. South Salt Lake's never done one. Lehigh, maybe they've done some. Springville, I wouldn't be surprised. Payson, I wouldn't be surprised. But it's really people that want to preserve their agricultural land and get some tax benefits and different things out of it, go through that process.
So just a comment about the perception. Admittedly, if we raise them at all, 5% or something just to keep up with inflation, even if we did that, somebody would probably grouse about it. However,
I'd be surprised if they didn't.
Right. However, what's the real problem we've been hearing about for years? It's not about, gee, I sure hate the fees in Provo. It's, I get through the process, I think I'm through the process, and then someone keeps moving the goalpost, and it costs me time and money, and maybe kills my project. That's our bad reputation that I am here. So, we're working on that part of the process so that we can make sure that when we say you're done, this is what we want, this is what we're requiring, and then we don't come back and keep changing it. That's very, very important, so it's predictable and it's timely and doesn't cost them a lot of money. They would be much more happy with our process if we didn't have to do their project twice, and if they paid double and only had the project once, that's a win.
Mr. Van Buren?
I think that sounds straightforward. I don't think it's that. It's not just, okay, we'll cut your process. First of all, I think we'll have a very hard time as we review this development process cutting much time. I've been on the council for a little over 4 years. I've not had one developer, one member of the city come to me and say, Mr. Van Buren, the development process is really a pain and I don't like it and I'm losing thousands of dollars because of it.
I'll tell you the name to talk to.
Well, you can keep them yourself. You can take care of it. I'm just saying that's not been my experience. As we've talked about this with the mayor, I think the mayor who probably spent as much time on interaction with the community, I think in our meeting last time we talked about this, he had the same comment, that he does not see that as a reputation that Provo has, at least in his position. And I don't know. I mean, if someone would, I don't know. But if we say, okay, let's clear that process up, and now we can double the fees.
I'm not advocating a pure doubling.
I just don't think it's that simple relationship. I mean, I think we've got to say, yeah, let's improve the process. The process can probably always be improved, but it's not, here it is now, we're going to make it here. I think maybe it's here, we're going to make it here. You know, we can improve it a little bit. I don't see, I mean, community development does a good job. They're not failing down there in that department. And so I think the improvement of the process will be some, yes, but I don't see that improve it enough that the developer's going to come say, I'm willing to pay this much more because now the process is so easy. I'm not convinced of that yet, and I may be wrong, but I'm not convinced of it.
Okay, I'd be really interested in your feel on these fees. All right, as you go in and do a project, do you feel are you okay with this? Like if they, you know, I don't think you might pay a little bit more because I understand. Are you thinking, it's pretty steep for me, and I don't know if it's been. Yes, Mayor. How do you feel about it as you write the check? Sad?
You never like to write whatever check it is. I know. Yeah, I mean,
There's only one check
I
I
just don't see. When you come to Provo, you know this is what's going to be. You go to Orange, you know that's what's going to be. When you go to Record Fork, you know what that's going to be. And you just say, I'm building this into my performer. It's going to cost this much to do the development.
You
don't say, I know, I mean, I'm not that big of a developer. I mean, I've been doing it in a small sense for a lot of years. But, I mean, there's some developers that like dealing with Orem. There's some that like dealing with Pro. There's some that like dealing with Lehigh right now. And they have their reasons. But I just don't think it's all on process and fees. I'm just not convinced that it's going to, we can't say, let's improve the process and then we can increase the fees. I want to increase the fees. Let's say, okay, we're going to increase the fees for these reasons. Because as a council, we decided that we want to get equal to the cost of doing it. That's just going to be our decision. And then we do it. But I just don't think you're going to see that relationship in a big.
I'm not guaranteeing a quid pro quo. I think if it's right to raise the rates because you want more cost recovery or because of inflation or because we're on the low side, then we should do that. And at the same time, if we can, on a separate vein, improve services, get rid of bottlenecks, make sure that they don't have to do things over and over again, which has happened to some developers, then we should do that too. I can't guarantee that they're, you know.
I agree. I don't like us saying, let's do this. Let's if we want to do them, let's do this and let's do this.
Right.
Most of the time, my experience from developers and developments, and even my own experience, when I hit a bottleneck with the community, it's because I haven't done some things right, and it gets kicked back. I say, go back and do it. So you'll hear the stories, yeah, I had to go back 3 times. But most of the time, it's because there was something not properly done in the application process, and so it had to get kicked back. It's not always the process and the bottleneck. It's all over on the city side. It's just, you're in a hurry and say, okay, let's get this over to them, push it as far as we can, then kick it back and see what we need to do. And it's just, anyway, sorry, but I think we can look at those 2 issues, but I don't believe that we can look at it as it is.
And I have also talked with developers that say Provo is a great place to do business. And I think that we hear a lot of things. It's the squeaky wheel that sometimes gets greased sometimes. And so people are screaming when they have a bad experience. How many people do you come up and say, oh, I had a great experience? So I don't think our reputation is as bad as it was maybe felt at times because of who we hear from.
I agree with Kay that I think we keep them separate. I don't think they makes any difference. My experience in that going way back was 20 years. And in fact, I talked to the mayor about this, is when the city was requiring developers to do things that they really shouldn't have had to do. Put in this and that to get the development, and that isn't happening now. It was recognized, and during my term of office, when I left office as the mayor, I found out some things where developers have been asked to do things that really weren't right. It favored the city, that was nice for the city, but they really weren't right. And I feel bad that I was in office, but I think that's been rectified by and large. And I don't hear negative things from the developers about it, but I don't talk to developers sometimes, so.
I think it's important to remember too why we started on this path in the first place. When we were given the budget 2 years ago, we realized this is a very lean. The city's a lean operation. We could use more staff in almost every department. There are ways that there wasn't a lot of revenue, right? It was cut for many years, and this was looking at the way we do business and seeing if there are ways that we can recoup at least some of our costs, so that we're not putting that on the citizens in lieu of a broad-based tax to try and pay our bills, right? So this was a way to make sure that we are more efficient with what we're doing, that we are getting at least some cost recovery for the services that we are providing. Yes, we do provide services that are subsidized, but it seemed like a way that where, especially for those who stand to benefit personally from the service, then have them pay for that service, not spreading that out to our, to the rest of the constituents as well. And we wanted to make sure that and that was our first reason for even looking at the fees. Are we being as efficient as we can? Could we recover more? And yeah, it might be just a little bit here and a little bit there, but all of those little bits add up to maybe one person, one person that may be able to make a process a little bit better. And I know you don't want to relate those, but we don't know how that will affect our city. If we can afford to have one more person in our city working and adding efficiency in whatever area they end up being. But I think that was our initial goal, was to just make sure that what we were doing made sense and that it was efficient as possible, and that in lieu of looking for other sources as far as tax or those kinds of things, let's make sure what we're doing is efficient.
I'll repeat what I said last time. The real challenge is if you think you need to be rate increases, it's your call, it's your prerogative. We're wasting the next time if we continue to set these fees. That the local comparison to cities, we're not going to do it because they will have this process. And I'm personally, it's a waste of time, but this council's like that's. Or we at least have the easiest of the processes that we charge fees for. I mean, just think that I can't understand why we wouldn't want to do a piece of that. But of course, that's just my view.
If I'm remembering right, Gary, the costs that you showed last time put us, it was about a 20-something% difference between where we're on average, where our fees are now and what you were showing our costs are. Is that about right?
That's my memory.
Yeah. So I think one thing that's different about this set of fees than the ones we've looked at before, if we were to close that gap and raise that 20 whatever percent, I think we're still within the market range of what other cities are doing. You mentioned that we may be a little bit below average, and if we did that 20 whatever percent increase to recover our costs, then we may be slightly below average, but we're still in the competitive ballpark, I think.
Without going in and really looking at all the details, that would be my expectations, that we would be in the ballpark, but we probably still wouldn't be quite at 100%.
68%, right? Because we were at 38% throwing out the outlier.
Well, the current coverage is is overall at 78%.
Except
Almost.
final subdivision.
Take the outlier out.
Take the outlier out.
Yeah, so, but if you take that outlier out, then we're, was it 48%?
Then we need to adjust the outlier, I guess.
Not necessarily.
Down.
As long as we.
Because we're still 68% if we take out the outlier. And if we raised it 20%, take out the outlier, you're still at 68%.
I think the only concern is if we've gone through a process and identified what our costs are, that if we actually charge more overall, and whether on an individual basis, that's another issue also, then it can be viewed as an inappropriate imposition of a tax, as opposed to a fee for a cost expended by the city. And so that would be my only caution. I'd hate to say, yes, just leave the outlier alone and then raise everything up 100%. I think we'd need to take a close look at that just to make sure that there's no.
I would think this outlier should be taken off and dealt with separately and see if it is aggravating. If we are charging a tax rather than a fee. But I think that would be, I would like to look at that as a separate issue. Because my concern is that we're not charging what it costs on all the other fees, what it costs us to cover our costs. We're not charging what it costs us to cover our costs. I suggest you always take the outlier out, leave that in there. Throws the whole thing off.
Yeah, it really does.
That should be taken out and dealt with separately. Maybe it should come down, maybe it will come down, but I think you can study it more carefully and see this might not be, the other ones we're doing at the lowest level. This one we could still charge at a higher level, I would think. But I'd let Brian answer that question.
On the outlier?
Down the outlier.
What if you came back with a proposal? What if you increase them all 20%, leave the outlier as it is, bring that back, and see how that affects everything? And if it, if it is over the top, we can deal with it then. At least we have real numbers to look at.
How is that different from what the current percentage coverage is as it's presented?
Take it out. Can you take it out?
If you,
No, I'm saying, okay,
it's 48%
with the ordinance text amendment, we're getting 47% back. So if we add 20% to that, we'd get 67. If we go down to project plan approval, it's at 89, we add 20, we're going to be over 100. And does that then enter in that area that Gary's talked about, that now we're not justifying the cost, so that could be determine that's a tax, not a fee? Or do we just take a line by line and adjust those rather than
Where did the 20% come from?
20%?
So it's 58.
Just a number of percent.
So I think if I understand what Mr. Van Buren is suggesting, I think I would prefer that approach where if we just, right now as I look at this, I don't really understand the rationale for our fees very well. I mean, it's sort of very loosely based on market forces, but it'd be hard to explain why it's kind of where it is on each one. But if we just simply looked at our costs and made each fee close to what it costs us on every item, then that would be approximately a 22% increase across the board.
David, it would be higher because you have to take the outlier out before you do that.
I don't think so. I think if you make every fee close to what it costs us, then
We make more than 20%.
no, not if
So because
if you adjust them all together and make them all approximate what our costs are, the average increase would be, because that 78%, that's including all of them, right? Including the outlier? Yeah, so.
So some would go up 70%, some would go up 10%, some would go up 80%. But when we talk about a proposal, I mean, column H could be that proposal.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm suggesting. I think isn't that what kind of where you were going, Mr. Van Buren? It's just to.
So H is just a reflection of costs, right?
Right.
H and U.
It's a low end of the cost range, but yes.
So it just makes the fees approximate our costs, with some rounding, and there may be some other factors, but.
I guess that I understood what, I would agree to that. That's wonderful.
I would Gary,
Yes.
the precision of the calculations is within a few percentage, or what percentage? I mean, if we went to 95%, we would still be within a margin of error, because if we actually charge 100% and our calculations of the cost off, then we may be charging too much. And so based on a margin of error, should we maybe not go higher than 90 or 95% on anything?
Well, what we have done on most of these is we've gone in, and a lot of them, for instance, a rezone or a text amendment or some of these things, we have smaller rezones and we have larger rezones. We kind of did two. And a larger rezone can take a tremendous amount of time. That even these fees at 100% cost recovery, we will lose money because it's so large. And every year we have a certain percentage of our projects that are like that. And it's hard to estimate exactly how many we'll get in a year coming in, because it's hard to estimate, well, it's going to be this controversial, this issue. And so what we've done is done our best to look at kind of the bare minimum that we know for sure we will expend, the costs that we will expend on projects. And that's kind of the standard one that you have. And that's our best estimate. We didn't go through and analyze every single rezone over 3 years to put costs in. So it's as without going the time and effort of doing that, which I would suggest we never do. It's just probably not worth the effort. We feel pretty confident about the cost recovery number for that low minimum, and that's the fee, the cost that you see in these items. We've taken the lowest cost and put in column E, and then that would be charging. So we know even by charging 100%, every year we're going to have a few rezones that overall cost us a lot more. And so, and rather, we might have I would be doubtful that we have a rezone that would cost us less than that, if that makes sense. And again, I think to be people to make a suggestion that it's a tax because we're recovering more. I think the duty that we have is to go in and give a good faith effort in trying to identify our costs and then charge appropriately to that. And I think we've given a good faith effort. And as you can see from the detail that we've given you, we've gone in and really analyzed it line by line in our process and what it would take us and kind of the minimum of what it would require the city to expend and time and money.
Taking this, guys, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the age, category age, as our new fees for these particular fees, with revenue subdivision being taken out of that, and then review separately. We come up with a cost that, if it happens to be, it's changes $1,700, so be it. I'd like to go the cost of the rest of the fees, at least with the exception of taking out number 9.
Motion to compare this with
Madam Chair, so the actual change requires an ordinance change that would need to go to council meeting, but I would interpret your motion as meaning that you'd like as a motion to prepare an ordinance that would do that.
Is there a second? I'll second that for discussion.
So for discussion, I'm sitting here looking at that number, again wondering how column H would compare to Warren. Not that I want to be Warren, but I'm just wondering what's the comparison. Would it be less than Warren? I would certainly wouldn't want to be more than Warren.
No, I'm serious.
Well, I shouldn't just throw that out there. It would seem odd considering the current price structure, that we would be charging more than that. Just as a comparison, I'd love to know how we end up comparing if we did do that.
Can you do that? Put those two columns next to each other somehow, and come back later in the meeting?
So are any of those higher than the columns below?
Yeah.
I can't tell.
Oh, the first one, general.
I would change my motion then to say that as long as that's already higher than the lower.
I wouldn't mind, taking it offline, bringing it back, but looking through it a little bit. I mean, for example, the appeals. So imagine a resident.
Variance.
Or a variance, but an appeal. A resident says, okay, this is what I want to do. Looks through the code. Hey, I think I'm allowed to do this. This is what the fees are going to be. I apply for it, pay the fees, and get there, and I'm denied. Well, I think was a wrong decision. I want to appeal, but now, I think it's a mistake on the city's part. But now I'm going to have to come up with $900 in order to say, actually, I think you're wrong.
So let's do the comparison and then do the discussion on which ones, like you say, the appeals and variances maybe need to be the exception.
Okay.
Can I just ask one question about those appeals and variances? Gary, how many appeals would you say? We had 2. Were those denied or accepted? Probably. And the 12, the variance. If we're actually helping the citizens, if we're following the rules, and then we look at practicality sometimes with the appeals and the variances, and what is really right. Is this a process that's worth the citizen doing? Or should we put the 900, just say, we've considered it all in the past, it's probably right anyway, so we don't need to do it. We'll just we'll make you pay for it if you're going to make us go through that part. So I'd like to know how many were actually approved.
Quite a few variances get approved. And a variance typically happens with a setback. So I have my house, and I have, let's say, a side yard setback. And I want to build an addition onto my house. And I either need to be able to build this addition and then go, say, 3-4 feet into my side yard setback with that addition because of various factors like how the house is laid out, or I may have a kitchen there that's being expanded, so that's what I need to do to expand the house. And the reason I want to expand the house is my family's growing. In my mind, I really have one of 2 choices. One, I get this variance to expand my house, and I stay where I am, and I stay there, and my family continues to live in the neighborhood, or I have to move, and I move somewhere else where the needs of my family, we can live in a home, I can buy a home that accommodates us, because the current one doesn't accommodate. So they come in and recommend, and they ask for a variance. Not infrequently, as staff, as we look at it, we look at our criteria under state law that we have to follow, and our criteria under the city code. Frequently, we'll recommend no, because it doesn't meet the technical requirements. Now, having said that, when it goes to the Board of Adjustment looks at it. Admittedly, they look at it more of, well, okay, we see what you're saying, staff, but would we rather have this family stay in our neighborhood or move? And often, and nobody is really that upset by this variance, so they approve it, even though technically it probably doesn't meet the requirements of it. But then sometimes you have a variance that somebody comes in and it's just an outrageous variance and nobody wants them to do it, and you go through that process and you say no. Of the former category, I'd say probably at least half to 3/4 are variances nobody cares that much about, and a quarter, maybe a little more, people do. One of the things that we're dealing with is Provo has a lot of older neighborhoods that were built at a time when it may be a post-World War II neighborhood, and they were built under a certain style and on sizes of lots that modern living just doesn't accommodate. You know, you go into some of the pioneer neighborhoods, they dare you to find a closet in any of the homes. You have to have armoires and things like that. And so it's not very conducive to people who want to live in a home today. And so they try and get variances for it. We have really a diverse city with very new modern homes and very old homes that were built for a style of living that nobody wants to live in anymore.
I'm going to bristle a little at that last phrase, but I represent the pioneer neighborhoods, and there's a lot of people that prefer these older homes to what other things that could get on the market. It may not be general, but there's a good portion of us.
But what I'm talking about is almost every single one of those people, I'll lay money. If you said, would you like a closet off your bedroom? They'd say, oh, absolutely.
But to give up what we have in order to get that closet, I have closets in my house, but to give, anyway.
So you can't speak.
I agree with you generally. But that was, you painted my district with a pretty broad brushstroke there. Anyway, there's more nuance.
The style of the homes don't keep modern living, typically. And that's why we see a lot of remodels, bigger areas, bigger kitchens, closets, things like that put into them.
Madam Chair, I would also modify my motion to say that the fees would be to close to $50. So, for example, 1,192 would be 1,200, 1060 would be 1050, 312 would be 300, 154 would be 150, and 101 would be 900. I don't know which one of those fees to be any type we have.
Can you repeat that, George? What you just said?
He just wants everything rounded down to the nearest $50.
Oh, rounded to the nearest.
Down or
The dollar up by
whichever's nearest.
Sure.
Is there more discussion on the motion?
So if we leave item 9 at almost 4 times cost and do all the other rows at approximate cost, then we're going to come in over 100% overall, which I don't think is what we want. So I would suggest one of two alternate approaches. If there is some reason why we think that particular item should be that much above cost, then I would suggest all the other items we multiply by some factor like 95% or whatever it works out, so that we end up on average at our cost. But so far I haven't really heard an argument made why that one should be higher than cost. So if there's not a good reason for that, then I would just propose that all of the items be approximate cost and not make an exception for that one.
I just want to look at it separately, since there's such a major change in that one. I'm not saying it shouldn't come in at what the cost is. I'm just saying that I'd like it to be looked at separately.
So is this motion that we're going to look at it, bring it back to the work meeting?
What's the council? Or
Yeah, let's clarify that. When we talked about it a minute ago, I thought the motion was to prepare an ordinance to take back to work. Okay, so prepare an ordinance. So the current motion is to prepare a draft ordinance changing the consolidated fee schedule for these fees to reflect column H, other than leaving out line 9, or fee number 9, rounding to the closest $50, and bring that back to work session for discussion, and not exceeding Orem.
That's two different. Isn't that?
Well, didn't you make that substitution?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
And now I guess the one thing that we need to logistically or technically clarify is whether the second still stands with the amendments that have been made to the motion.
Well, I would like the final subdivision fund to be brought back, but not necessarily at the same time. Maybe it's really looked at that way.
Who make a second?
I did.
We'll make a substitute that we bring fee number 9 back at the same time, and we can discuss it.
That's fine.
We can discuss it later.
Good.
Just see what that's good. Okay.
Fine. Let's bring them all back together. But I'd like some more study on that 9.
Yeah, could you help me just
understand a little bit about, could you just give me your initial response to that motion? And I know you'll do whatever we ask. I don't mean to put you on a spot there. I'm just saying, can you just share your response?
Well, my initial response as I've heard that motion is item 9. I don't understand what it means to look at that more in depth. Because when I walk out of here, the question that I have in my mind is, the council expecting me to go do something, to look at something? Because if you are, I want to know and know what that is so that I.
Let me ask Brian a question then. Brian, if that fee, all the others are at the lowest level, if that fee is higher at the mid-level, would we be out of line?
Well, we could be, and I think that, in my mind, is the one question that maybe is being asked of Gary by this further review discussion. I think the question that's being asked is, if all the other fees are raised, is there any reason why the final subdivision fee should remain at $1,200, or would you recommend that it drop down to $300 in order to have everything be within the line
so far out of line.
Yes, I would recommend that on any fee, and in 9 in particular, any fee that the city charges, that we make it no more than 100% of our best estimate of what cost recovery is, because I think we're treading into dangerous ground. With it being higher, we didn't, admittedly, as staff, we didn't realize we were looking at 384% on that one. But we took comfort in as we did it, because it's not, you never have a rezone with by itself, or very, very, very rarely do you have something like that. So overall, our cost recovery is in line, and we're not worried about a suggestion that the city has an illegal tax or something like that going on. My concern in looking at that is, does the council want me to go back and do more cost estimates and go through the template? So we have all the cost estimates here that you see, to go through those and really work on that more, or are you asking me to go back and just say, well, show us numbers that it would be if it were at 100% cost recovery, came down from 384 to 100?
My motion, I'll clarify. I would like that to be at the same rate that we charge the other ones. I want it to be fair. But I just couldn't believe that you're charging that much more than it actually costs you. But maybe you are.
And so I take from that you would like us just to go back and double check it and just say, yeah, we took a second look at it because it was an anomaly that came up and we went in and we feel comfortable, or no, yep, there was a problem and we've identified it and fixed it.
Let's take a look at it. I think you do anyway, you should. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, and we can do that. And
we'll leave it in there. We'll leave it in there, but if you just take a second look, because it looks like an anomaly, it'll make you feel better.
Yes, and I'm just trying to understand what the council's expectation of us would be. Yeah, because we don't want to violate your expectations that we come back again and we haven't done what you hoped would happen.
I don't hope it's anything different than it is.
Okay. And we'll certainly go back and double check that. And frankly, that's something I had made a note to do anyway with this as we're going through it. Just to double check the numbers one last time before we go and make sure we feel comfortable with this and we just didn't make a mistake. And the other thing that you asked me, just my initial reaction, is if we go to 100% cost recovery, my guess is that we will hear from some developers that if it is at 100%, that Provo's not friendly to development or Provo's hard to work with or something like that. I would be shocked if we don't hear things like that. Not that I believe those things, I'm just saying I think that's something that we'll hear.
Your answer's going to be worst, cheapest, or
What?
your answer's going to be worst, cheapest, or right.
No, we're as inexpensive as Orem, not as, I should have said.
And it'd be nice to know what the highest amount, because we're talking about full cost recovery of the very lowest minimum that we know that we, right?
Yes.
We're asking for the lowest amount, so it's not really true cost recovery.
True full cost recovery.
Right. So we're asking for 100% of the very minimum that we know. And I think that should be made very clear to developers, anyone else that these fees will impact, and
I think that's how it should be explained.
Probably impact us as
How
well.
to explain it.
Yeah. So I know, John Borgett, Mr. Borgett, did you have something you wanted to say?
Well, I was just going to add that some of these have a variable component, and so we probably need to re-look at that, because the variable component will change. What this does right here is it shows with that variable what the cost would be, and so we're going to look at a couple of things if the proposal is to make a fee change on the variable portion.
I had another question for Mr. McGinn. So I think, if I'm understanding the motion, we're asking you to pretty much come back with column 8 or something close to column 8.
Well, let me clarify that. I think we're asking council staff to do that, because
Council staff, yeah.
community development has given us the numbers. I think the motion is for council staff to prepare an ordinance that puts column H into effect.
Okay.
And we will go back and double check our numbers one last time to make sure for accuracy.
So my question to you would be, would you prefer or would you see any advantage if our motion was, instead of using column H, was to direct you to come up with a proposal that averages out to that, but gives you a little flexibility to adjust some of the fees up or down, depending on market factors or other factors, or would it be simpler to just go with what you've already given us?
It'd probably be simpler and more straightforward to go with what we've given you. Now, the last reaction I have back to your question is back to the variances. About full cost recovery with that. Admittedly, I think some variances are the type of variances that, as a community, we probably want to have. And this may not be directly related to cost, but as far as looking at the development review process, you do, and this just occurs to me here, and you asked for an initial reaction. Some of the variances, we might want to think about an approach for when you do have somebody in a home that's expanding it so that they can stay there, that maybe we build into the ordinance a little more flexibility for staff just to approve those types of things rather than going to the board for a variance on that. And then you could have the variances and their true costs for, let's say a development comes in, the developer has 100 acres and they're developing it, and because as they're laying out their lots, it's, I'm going to have one lot that's 25% short, and I want to get a variance on that one lot. To me, that's a different type of variance process than one in a neighborhood where maybe you have older housing stock and people are expanding them for growing families and things like that.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a second motion after we vote on this motion to do exactly what Gary's saying. They come back at the same time and bring us some changes in the rate.
I didn't mean that.
Well, I think that's important, because that's the one that I think gives us all a little bit of heartburn.
Well, and I bring it up part of as we're looking at development, because as somebody expanding their home, they're touching the city as part of the development process. And so those things that we want to have happen, we want to try and make as easy as possible. And the best solution we have right now is a variance, which isn't a very good solution. It takes time and effort.
You could have variance fees, different variance fees, is what you're saying.
Or come up with a different ordinance solutions. In some circumstances in which we've typically had a variance, a variance isn't required, and there's another regulatory mechanism to take care of those.
That kind of ordinance.
I'm sorry?
You could come up with that kind of ordinance?
I think we could.
Good.
So we have a substitute motion. Do you want to restate?
Should I substitute, or did you? I think Mr. Drew was willing to.
Do you want to withdraw your substitute motion?
It's about item 9 that we decided we do want to go
Yes,
back.
it's gonna come back.
Okay, so I guess I'll maintain that substitute motion. My substitute motion is just that item 9, fee number 9, come back with the rest.
So you withdraw.
Sure.
The motion as you have it.
Okay, so the motions are all over the page. Hang on.
Maybe we can
Let me go
wordsmith it.
back to the very last one that Brian said when he was
You have
trying to
Brian state the motion.
reiterate it again.
Yeah, why don't you
Let me read that.
read the one that I said last and see if there's any changes to that.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have to look for it. A motion to prepare a draft ordinance changing the consolidated fee schedule representing these fees in column H, except row 9 and rounding off and not exceeding Orem. Final substitute motion be brought back, but, final be brought back, but not necessarily at the same time. Oh, that was yours, and then you substituted and said that they would bring it back at the same time. The row 9.
But you've now amended your own motion so that the motion made by Mr. Stewart no longer excludes fee 9. All of the fees will come back.
So all of them will come back, okay.
Okay. So row H, and not to exceed Orem, and to
Round
the
it.
fee round
Rounded
to
up.
50,000.
50.
Right. Or to 50. 50,000, now we're getting. Okay.
And is there still a second?
And yes, I'll still second that. So any more discussion on
So this
the
is
motion?
basically a motion to bring it back, I'm sorry, to bring it
So they're
back.
gonna, staff will
bring it
craft
back
the
for
ordinance to bring it
discussion.
back for discussion. And was that council work session first and then council meeting to discuss it?
It's just really a motion for the staff to do something.
Okay.
Bring it back to us.
So the April 12th work meeting, that's the next meeting.
Does that give sufficient time for staff to put that together? Okay. So April 12th. And discussion on the motion?
Just a comment. It's interesting, as we've gone through these fees, we've gone different areas. And we've looked at them, and we've established and identified other areas where the fees don't cover costs, and we didn't, at that time, choose to change it or up them for various reasons. And this is the first one that I've seen proposed so far that we just said, get them to cost recovery, and that's what we're going to do. And it's just interesting to me that we've chosen development. And on the other hand, we're going through leaps and bounds to try and be development friendly. And I just see a lot of honesty in how we've been doing things. But I'm not going to, I just is curious. Gary's going to be sitting across the desk. People come in, there are not very many. Some of them have 40, some of them have 20, some of them have 30. They're going to say, man, you've gone up 100%. And we're going to hear it. Even if it's $100, if we looked at business fees, we would only increase some of those $40. And we're worried about just a 100% increase. What kind of a attitude does that project to the businesses? We decided it wasn't worth it. Or kind of doing the same thing to developers, and we decided it is worth it. If that's our decision, that's all right. But I think it'll have consequences.
So the difference is the replication fees are on side and what we're looking at. And it was because we are increasing the cost recovery for itself. Competition with other cities. I think I would suggest that, I mean, I was okay with raising the minimum fees, but I think the council has a responsibility for that. It's a sensitivity to regulation.
I'm voting for this because I think we need more discussion on it, so I'd like to see it come back. I'd like to see, so that's why I'll be voting for it, is just because I think we need to discuss it more.
And the question, when it comes back, we're going to have comparison side by side on what we're charging.
Yes.
I think that was part of it. So we want the comparison. It's one thing to say we're not going to, but I want to see the comparison.
We've got all the data, and that would be good. Sure.
Okay. So any other You guys call questions. All in favor? Those opposed? Okay. The second item of business is a follow-up discussion on the mission statement created for, Mr. Stewart. You mentioned that after we had this motion that you wanted to also make a motion. All right. So the second item of business is a follow-up discussion on the mission statement created for the Ad Hoc Housing Committee. In our last work session, the committee was asked to consider adding to the scope of the committee's work. The committee met and discussed the requests, and I'll turn the time over to Mr. Van Buren, our housing committee chair, to lead that discussion.
Okay, yes, discussion is on the mission statement. I think, Mr. Harding, did you put it together for that third point? I think that's where it came from. I think Dave sent it, I think you. It says determining the current and near-term market demand for housing, the best types, distribution, and location of housing to meet the demand. The third item to add mission statement. I'm okay, and I think Dave expressed an interest in that would be fine. He sent me an email that said, right. I don't know if you responded or not. But.
I didn't respond. I did have one thought, but we were trying to keep it a little more narrowly focused. But I think this, so the third item was determining the current near-term market demand for housing and the best types, distribution, and location of housing to meet the demand. I think that could be incorporated with what we're doing as well. I know we were trying to focus on one issue and then come back to the council and decide what the next thing will be to focus on. And I hope we can sort of still, focus on the affordable housing, the low-income housing tax credit. That was one of the main concerns, but I think we, I don't know why this couldn't be incorporated.
I think it's important to know as we do our neighborhood plans and look at the city as a whole. What is the demand for certain types of housing? And when we've done the individual neighborhood plans like Franklin, I didn't hear an analysis of there's a certain demand citywide or in this area that would justify the changes we're making or projecting for zoning. There was no connection or correlation or analysis. And it would be nice to know what are the market forces, what's the demand, and where should we put it? Because again, we don't want to put it all in one place.
And I don't see any problem. I don't understand the three.
Can we put it up on the board? Oh, it is on the board. It's not on the board.
I don't know.
This isn't the one.
So if we did 100%, yes, most of the fees go up.
Do all three at points on there? Or just that third one?
Probably just the third one.
We already approved the first two.
I forwarded that to you.
Oh, you just forwarded it?
You refreshed.
I did too, so.
Right, so they need to come together. Right, that's not like 70%.
Should it?
At one time, I said the kid was just big enough, 85%, 90%. Oh, they're adjusting all accordingly.
So rharvey@provo.org.
The computer's been going a little slow, our internet's been going a little slow today, so.
So just for 1 minute. Could I propose, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but just as a thought, I'll actually be talking a little bit about market demand and market supply as part of my vision. It might make more sense to come back and talk about this after that presentation. It might kind of inform us a little bit more about, maybe just around here would understand what I'm trying to get at when I use that term. Okay, it's just and maybe the email will arrive by then. Yes, that's fine. Okay.
Our discussion about community development on the Southwest Neighborhood Plan, engineering issues and like parties on the west side.
And if I, just a request, but my request would be that my presentation is going to be fairly high level. It's just not really about development so much as vision, and I think to me it would make more sense to talk about just kind of the overview before diving into the project. So if I could, I'd appreciate that. There. And
On the side.
okay. All right. West side vision, and we're looking at. I'll start very broad, into principles, and then as we go on, drill down into more specifics. If we were to look at housing preferences, kind of look at it as a spectrum. On one side, you might have the hermit that wants to live in a cabin in the mountains, it's a 3-mile walk from the nearest road. On the other end, you might have the lady who wants to live on 5th Avenue in Manhattan. Here you might have the Moroni farmer, and here I've got a coworker who grew up on a farm. He's a manufacturing engineer, but he bought a half-acre lot, not for a swimming pool or English gardens, but so his kids can raise livestock and kind of have the upbringing that he did. Here you might have your maybe median Provo resident who wants to have a large yard, picket fence, and whatnot. Back over here might be the person who's living in City Creek up in Salt Lake, in those places. Here you might have someone who's living in a condo across from our Provo City Center team. And this might be someone who's living in a townhome in Provo. So you have, there's a whole spectrum of housing preferences, the kind of housing that people want to live in. And then there's also market demand. I take a lot of this impression came from our zoning conference. This is not empirical. This is, I just drew a line, but this is roughly what they were saying, and I think it correlates with our experience. If you look, say, across America, you have some people who want to live up in the woods. You have some farmers. You also have some people who want to live in a hyper-urban environment, and you also have a lot of people that are looking for the suburban experience.
So you're saying, are you saying that is the curve right now in Provo?
I would say across America, just generally. If you were to look across America, how many people want to live in a city creek type environment? Well, it's not as much as the people who want to live with the white picket.
So is that a guess? Is it
yes, yeah. Like I said, I just kind of drew a line. But this is what they were talking about in the zoning summit. We all know that the trend
is for this to shift a little bit more to maybe some smaller homes, moving a little bit more back towards urban. Now, it doesn't mean that nobody wants that anymore. It just means the trends are shifting a little bit. We also know that in Utah that we're a little more to the right of the current national demand. But we know that even in Utah, we are experiencing the shift to more intense use, higher density, more urban. It's just the rough trend. Now, so we had our market demand, but there's also market supply. And what we heard at the summit, and again, I'm just drawing lines on a piece of paper here, but what we heard is the supply is shifted more towards the suburban and the rural, and so where there's an unmet demand is more in the higher intensity uses in general. Now, again, here's my line for general America. We could say general Utah. You might have local housing variations. If we were to look at, say, Mona, Utah, this might be the housing, right? So a lot more of that rural. Anyway, a lot more rural. You might have some pockets in there of duplexes or townhomes for some people, but it's shifted one way. Salt Lake has higher uses, but still has a lot of bedroom communities. If we were to draw a line, just kind of what we think, where would Provo be at? What would Provo's line look at? This was my guess. Because we're a college town, we have a significant amount of apartment complexes, student housing, fairly high concentration. And then we also have a lot of more suburban feel neighborhoods. And then we have some in the middle as well that might be single family, but they're the smaller lots without closets, both kind of in the middle. Okay, so just kind of, hopefully this was everyone's takeaway from the zoning summit. This is kind of jives with what we were presented and what we're looking at. This comes from Envision Utah, and one of the big things that they talk about are centers. And I left my notes, but I'm trying to make sure I don't miss something. So talk about centers. So in a neighborhood, maybe you have an elementary school, and that kind of serves as the center for that community. That's maybe where the neighborhood meetings are held, and it's kind of the focus of. Next, we have village centers, the grocery store there, as well as a couple of other shops. And some village centers surrounding it, a little higher use, more intense use. This might be about where Provo is in our downtown. Some ways we might be a little bit less, in other ways we might be a little bit heavier than this, but Salt Lake is substantially more than this. So Salt Lake would be where Provo and Ogden might be second tier. And obviously, these are not perfect circles or perfect nodes, or it might be considered kind of as part of the Provo-Orem node. Or you could look at, we've got downtown, but then we also extend up University, to the Plum Tree. Is that a separate node, or is that, but you kind of see how we can have layers of texture to our communities. So we look into west side. Could the west side of Provo become its own center? Could it? neighborhood center and wants anything larger than residents enough to cross.
What is it now, neighborhood center, you think mostly?
I would say it only, there's not much more than yes, at the Smiths, maybe now that becomes a village center. What if it became a town center? What if it had its own town center out there, where, what if 80% of the daily errands could be satisfied with things there? Maybe they still come in for fine dining. They still come into downtown Provo, but for the run to the grocery store, they can do it there. The run to the bank, they can do it there. For some of the dry goods, it can all be met out there. What if 20% of the residents who are employed that live out there are employed in West Provo? If you start getting the banks and you start getting, do I dare say, 2 supermarkets, because there's enough rooftops out there to justify 2. And so now we're not groveling to one store and asking, please, please, please build a store. There's competition because people want to serve that market because there's enough market demand there. We've got an airport out there. If you look at what's out by Salt Lake's airport, you have some high-tech companies. You have some defense companies out there. You have some significant employment out by the Salt Lake airport. What if we had employment opportunities like that by our airport? What if that grad student who has a husband and 2 kids and they graduate and they get hired out here, and we're offering an attractive place to live in an attractive community to live? We can, so that's one thing to think about. We can talk about the West Side. What kind of center do we think that it could become? Right now, there's this angst of we're so cut off from the rest of Provo, but with a sufficient center, then we don't necessarily have to build bigger roads to move everyone across the freeway and over the railroad tracks, because so much of it becomes self-sustaining, self-sufficient in the community over there. And drives, we talk about this, part of that drives what kind of housing is going to be acceptable. Single-family detached, and then through this whole missy middle, we do have some mid-rises going in downtown Provo. My guess is we wouldn't want to see something. This would not necessarily be part of our vision, but where else? What would be acceptable? Yeah.
So where this continuum if we draw and say these housing types will be found in like LDR and these others maybe in MDR?
My quick response to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but apartments are not, staff units are not, townhomes as far as attached, single-family attached, would be acceptable under LDR. And then the stacked units are the MDR form and HDR.
Okay, so the stacked units again is the transition from LDR to MDR.
Right. I mean, there's density, there's other things, but as far as housing type, I believe that it's the stacked unit is kind of the dividing line there. So just keep it in mind, what kind of center we want to see out there is going to drive the type of housing. Or vice versa, the type of housing that we allow out there may drive what kind of center organically comes there. Just wanted to touch back on this. When we talked about local housing, we had some different curves for Mona, Utah, or for Provo and Salt Lake. But the idea is that one question is this preferences versus what's available. Because we know that there are, I believe that there's some gaps between what the market wants to see and what the market is currently offers. And so, and I think this is part of what drives, if we have more single-family detached than what the market wants, then there's pressure to say have single-family homes, single-family detached homes being used as duplexes, which is happening a lot in my neighborhood. So if you look at the housing wants across the entire valley, not every place has to offer everything. There's going to be, because of those centers, there's going to be areas where it makes more sense to have certain housing types. And I think Provo, we talked about, well, we don't want to be Orem or we don't want, I think there's certain places where, in certain cities will have certain niches. And I think, at least in business, I'm not in, but I've heard people talk about different things about, accentuating your positives and your strengths and whatnot. And if we look at what Provo can offer that other communities can't offer, that might drive part of our vision. All right, but let's just say, and I think we've experienced it, as a council we've talked about, hey, missing middle, we've talked about different housing types so people can stay within their neighborhood as they change through different life stations. Yet when we try to implement, sometimes we talk about, well, hey, let's shift our housing supply back closer to here, and when we actually try to do that, then we get a lot of pushback, and it's like, hey, single-family detached or nothing. And to even talk about this, then there's this reaction, oh no, what are you doing to my neighborhood? And I'm a former neighborhood chair. I fought that battle. I understand, but here's my thoughts on it. This is how we do MDR in Provo. Okay, this is the Boulders apartments, and obviously I'm picking one thing, and there's a lot of nuance there. There's a lot of discussion, but this is kind of how we do MDR. Okay, this is how we do LDR. Okay, I think we've all been looking at this a lot. Here's a masonry fence, one main egress, ingress and egress, secondary one. And you can imagine, if you're a single-family detached homeowner right here, and you've got this big field out there, and this is proposed, I can kind of understand why there's some anxiety there. Okay? This is how we do single-family detached in Provo.
That's Orem.
That's Orem? That's Orem.
And that would be allowed in Provo.
It's a block from my house.
So Provo's on this side of the street then?
That's correct.
And so they bolt into us. Okay, this.
Gary could probably explain that.
This is how we do single-family detached in Orem.
No, and that would be allowed here.
That would be allowed here as well.
Take the argument.
Okay, no, thank you. And if you look across the street, here's the same wall that I just showed. Here's across the street, single-family detached, up to the, up front properties up to the road or whatever, and I don't know. It's just as far as the sense of community and whatnot. Yeah, and we've had discussion about Columbia Lane as well. What's that? There you go. And I'm not sure why this turns. I apologize for the roughness of this presentation. We've had a lot going on the last couple of weeks. I thought I'd have more time. But here's the corner that I was looking at. So the wall there, the wall there. You've got some lots here that, okay, it's Orem. I didn't realize that. I was going to say, not far, they could walk down the street and they could walk to the elementary school. It's just kind of addressing walkability, because we say, hey, we want walkable neighborhoods. We want walkable communities. But if this child somehow got into the Provo School District
and wanted to walk to school, where if the house was, if there was connections here, it wouldn't be much of a walk at all. But now they have to walk down that very steep hill, come out, and then walk back up that very steep hill, or walk over here. But I mean, it's almost double, well, maybe just 50% longer of a walk, and a much less pleasant walk to be walking along, a big masonry fence. So I think sometimes because of the way that we do developments in Provo, and we silo things off, we build big masonry walls, we say this whole giant field is going to be MDR, or this whole giant field is going to be LDR, then there's this apprehension, what are they doing to my neighborhood? It's going to change. It's going to change. This is a slide we saw at the zoning summit. Diversity within the block. And what if our LDR looked like that? Single family attached, 3 units together there. What if our I wish this was, I love this vision here. And I wish it was just a little bit clearer. But so here's okay, so this is an apartment. It's an apartment for, so here's our MD. Right. And here's our LDR right there. And cottages for the older folk. Yeah. There's our pocket neighborhood right there. And it's six units, which the presentation, 6 was an acceptable number of units for the pocket neighborhood. Here's our R110, here's our R16. I think this was actually designed for a Salt Lake block, which I believe are a little bit larger than our Provo blocks.
260 feet wide.
What's that?
260 feet.
And that's what? 30% larger? 30% larger. So this would be, I think, kind of a Salt Lake block. This would be a Provo block here, just to kind of get perspective on. But when we look at a map of the west side, there we have a patchwork of some of these high-level blocks. Yes.
City, and we do want diversity. Places with different points in their time. Is for older folk, and then some of them are for families, for young people, for generational families. And I'm going, you can put those labels on there, and maybe you can market them or build them additionally for that use. Not the only one you can guarantee is going to be for the older people is if you put like a 55 and older restriction on there, because some of the others can easily morph where what you build for young people is not for young people, what you build for families is not used for families. So I thought it was a little optimistic to say that you could actually do this and keep it in that role and function.
I agree with that. I look at this and I think, wow, how wonderful would that be? The skeptic in my opinion also says, if you zone for this, yeah, and that I agree. So I'm at a very high level, and implementation is at least to want to pass on and articulate this vision. One of the things is one of the things that struck me is we have this connectivity. We're not funneling everyone out in one spot and then, hey, we have a back door and there's all one to use. And now this intersection becomes extremely busy and it's a hassle and no one wants to live along this street because of that. We have these nice straight lines. At the same time, you don't have someone that's got a neat spot. This really struck me as this statement. Is it a park? Is it a city? It doesn't really look quite like a park. It's a square. Is it
Passive recreation.
passive recreation? So is it city owned? Is it an HOA owned? Could be either. You're right. I think Public Works, Parks and Rec may look at this and say, if we're going to have one of these on every single one, I mean, the maintenance on that. So I mean, but yeah, whatever it is, there does look like there's some structures on it, but maybe they seem even smaller than the cottages. So yeah, probably open space. You notice alleyways to access the garages. Okay, so let's look at West Provo for a little bit. There's been times where I looked at the map and I said, you know what? We talk about a lot of room to grow up there in development, but maybe there's not all that much. And then I take a drive with engineering. We took a drive a full year ago out here along the parkway, and you get out there and you can barely see buildings off in the distance, and it strikes you just how much land this is. But then in preparing for this, I'm look at the size of Broadview Shores. Now, has the whole thing been approved or just phase one? I mean,
the project overall is approved, but just phase one is being built right now.
Okay, so phase one, which is I think right here, is being built, but it's been approved. I mean, this is coming. And I'll show us a little close-up pictures of what's going on there. But you look at the size of that, and then you start cutting out like what that would do. I mean, Broadview Shores is almost 30%, 40% of what's remaining out there. So, and then okay, we've got Provo River Delta. This is already an easement. I didn't realize it went all the way up there, but I don't think this is in our plan to develop. So maybe this whole thing is the delta. There's the new Provo High. I wasn't aware of this. So this is non-residential. Is that because of the airport requirements, or we've just said that this is our plan? FAA has said, okay, no houses here. You've got a couple elementary schools there. You have houses even down into here. But still, lots of developable land here. But then there are still pockets in here as well. So here's Osprey Point. So just kind of keep that in mind when we're talking about what's actually still out there. And
what you're not showing is the line where the flood came up.
That's correct. Which I believe came up quite a ways on the Provo River. Also cut into here. Yes, that's a consideration, no question.
A question about that non-residential area at the airport. Is that part of our grant money that we've been able to get the airport money? We've made that non-residential, or do we give it? Is that something we're going to be using to get more grant money for the airport? Or?
Well, part of it is to have an airport. You don't want to build residential under the runways, and there is an expansion there. You see, Duncan's over there in that corner. Those are storage units. Down in this area, there's some proposal for this to be expanded, and there's height limitations and things. You don't want a lot of migratory birds in the area. You don't want residents in the area. Commercial or airport-related commercial things like that make sense. And so there's this area, a protection zone around the airport.
We actually have ground that we have deeded to somebody or something as a matching grant for our funds for the airport on certain areas. Is that right?
Dave, do you?
Gary, the city does own some of that. It's not all of it that we own. We do own property in that zone. And on occasion, when we have to do a matching grant for an FAA loan, we do use that property against that matching grant. But we don't own that entire piece that's shown on that map.
So we're only using the property that we own, and that is not our area. It's just the zone that we've created to protect that area. Okay.
But you can see that, I mean, that land mass is probably equal to the remaining as well. So sometimes I think, well, this is such a big
area, and then other times I'm thinking, well, it's not, just it's good to have it in proper perspective.
Before you leave that,
okay.
I think this is for Gary, or I don't know. If you look at the Lakeview Parkway, it comes up past the airport and then cuts into that non-residential area and then connects out to what will be a new bridge. I've heard some consternation about the road alignment there. Is it fixed in concrete or?
Dave, I think Dave was going to talk about that, weren't you, as part of your presentation?
Yeah, maybe we can, if it's okay, to hold that question off until that.
Yeah.
Broadview Shores, here's phase 1 that's going in, here's the rest of it. I turned it so it wouldn't be sideways, but it's sideways. But if you look at this, the different colors are different uses. Townhomes and R16 and R18, R110. Are these apartments? So Broadview Shores, which remember is a good chunk of what still is to be developed out there, already has some of the mixed use or the diversity of uses built into it. You'll notice it is a little bit different than the artistic sketch that we were looking at before. But it's still quite a ways down the road from what we have been doing in the past. If we take a look at MAG's 40-year plans for transit, here's tracks that comes down and ends in Orem, doesn't actually come into Provo. Here is our BRT that's about to be built, and here is another BRT line that would come down State Street. So that's what's on the map now. Okay. Nothing at all on the west side. I'd be interested how many of you have ever hopped on Front Runner and taken it out to the airport. Has anyone done that? A few hands. It's extremely convenient. If we want our airport to grow, imagine the Utah County residents who could hop onto Front Runner, take it up to the intermodal hub, hop onto a BRT or a light rail or something, and take it right out to the airport, not have to drive, not have to ask your spouse to drop you off. Another thing to look at, these are highways now, and out in the 40-plus years vision thing, here's that Utah Lake Causeway. There's one that comes across Provo Bay. And you can see it tying into the West Side Connector. Now we've talked to MAG and said, well, shouldn't this thing come into Provo's Center Street here rather than Orem? And they say, actually, the projections show that it gets better use if we do that. So why is it right now shown as going into Orem? Maybe there's been some political will there saying, hey, we want it, we want it. What happens when, we know what's happening to the population in Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs, what happens when, and down here, what happens when all of them funnel into Orem, and instead of coming into Provo? Those are economic considerations that we should be making. What is Provo's role? Are we the center of the valley? Are we the government seat? Are we the educational seat? Are we the commercial hub? Are we these things? And if so, we need to be acting like it. We need to maybe start expressing our wills and saying, hey, it makes more sense regionally to bring this in to Center Street. Maybe we should be having those conversations now and not later. Here's a thought. If we have some sort of transit that comes out to the airport here, and we have particularly like a rail line. Now when that causeway is built, what if it's only rail? Or what if it's road but it's also rail? And now we can bring it in and and to really kind of help maintain our role as the center of the community. And if we do that, and now this is very linear rather than that more diverse block where things are intermixed. But you could imagine a rail line coming through here,
And the uses that are close to that rail line, may be some of these. And then the further you get out from that rail line, it blends more out into the lower density uses. Anyway, so that's my vision for the west side. There's a lot that can happen, but I do think we need to, if we want to see some sort of transit line out there, hopefully, BRT in the short term, converting to the light rail in the longer term to get people out to the airport, we can now build around that. But I do hope that we consider the market demand, the market supply, but I don't want to see some of that type of development. I would much rather see this kind of development, the diversity within the block, and I think maybe we would get away from this reaction from residents of, hey, we don't want that anywhere around us, and we give people the opportunity to live in the same neighborhood. If they want to stay there, they can move from housing type to housing type to meet all of their needs. And with that, I will close.
Mr. McGee? Or was it Mr. Maxwell?
We're going to have Brian. We're doing neighborhood specific area plans, and we're doing one on the west side. It's the southwest area. So he's going to give you an update of where we are in that process. And a part of this that you need to keep in mind is there's some real decision points that ultimately the community and finally through the council are going to have to make about the west side. That just this morning there was a citizen committee meeting in the community development conference room, and one of the topics they were talking about was preserving agricultural land on the west side and leaving it agriculture. That's one possible route Provo can take into the future. Others, we also hear about commercial on the west side. Commercial is going to require higher density, rooftops, things like that. So you need to keep that in mind as you go through this. Some of the decisions that we make in this general plan, ultimately a general plan amendment, will really affect how we grow in the future. So Brian has been leading this effort. He'll tell you where we are and what we're doing and how it's going. Brian.
Basically, we started on this about 2 years ago on the southwest area. It includes 4 neighborhoods with the Fort Union, the East Bay, or Provo Bay, Sunrise. I know it's always Sunset because we have Sunset View, but Sunset and then Lakewood. Anyway, we'll get there. And we looked at all 4 areas because they are very tied in with the road system, with other things going on through that area. I'm in Lakeview, and Lakeview areas are for a future plan. A lot of that was because we knew Broadview Shores was developing, and then as we've gotten into other development, it's taking up area. But this does give kind of a general number as to what's going on right now. Broadview Shores build-out's 1,157 units. Lakeview Fields, which is the little development up in here, that one is already, at least has a preliminary, it has at least the first phase done. That's another 30 units. Osprey Point's 114 units. They've got their first permits in now. Fisher Farms is Plat B is in this area. And so there aren't really a lot that are already platted. The ones that are listed in process where we've got 6.2 acres and estimated that'd be about 26 units, are some that are in the process but haven't been, what's our term we use? They haven't gotten their development rights yet. Haven't entitled, thank you, haven't been entitled yet. So if you look at that, then it gets back really to the undeveloped area. And Lakeview, you've got a couple of areas up in here, let's see, spotted through the sites. That's about, let's see, 150 acres. So that'd be about 600 more housing units up in there is what's counted. Below that area, like we said, we've got large area, these about 150 square or acre areas through here. So overall through here and a couple of other infill, you've got about 980 acres that's left. Comparison, Broadview Shores about 280 acres. So the high school site's about 40 acres. So just so you can kind of use those as measurements.
How much is in the floodplain that shouldn't be developed, or maybe has to be mitigated if you did develop it? And how much is actually wetland?
Quite a bit. I mean, if you go to the floodplains, and again, depending on how you're looking at that, if you're looking at the elevations from the 83 flood versus, where the current standards or the standards are looking at, pockets of wetlands that go up into a lot of these lower areas. All those have to be mitigated as the areas develop. And a lot of that is taken into consideration. Basically, in looking at this plan, a lot of it, the reason it's taken so long is we've come up with these policy issues as we've gone along. When you start talking about is utilities, what's our utility capacity at present? It's planned out to eventually assimilate this rest of this area. That would take the upgrading of the system and improvements to the system to do that. What's the timing on that? And so,
Dave, and perhaps in answer to your question, planning and engineering have had long discussions over this issue, and it seems to make sense to us that what's below the West Side Connector should not be developable for a lot of those environmental reasons you're referring to or hinting at. We've done an analysis to see under existing zoning how many development rights, how many houses could you build south of that. It's a handful. And we've talked about ways to just transfer that handful of units to the north side of the road so that we can really just keep development from happening on the south side if at all possible.
So the road does form a very hard line right through there. Now the other issues we come up are ag preservation and some other things.
So below, west or south of that road, could that be used for agriculture? Could
Yes.
that be used for playing fields? Could that be?
Yes.
Okay. But so when we're talking about development, we're talking mostly no residential, no.
Okay, no residential.
Yeah.
There's certain things we assumed to start the plan. One was this non-residential area and the possibilities of the business park out here, which has been talked about, airport-related uses. The other was coming up with the commercial node, having enough rooftops overall to support grocery center and other things in this area. And then as we've gone along, the regional park issues came up. That was one mentioned in the Parks Master Plan and in other plans. Should we have a regional park in the city? This is probably the only area left to develop that. So jumbling those all together, we're basically developing 5 scenarios. Each of those scenarios are an intensity level. The first one really is if we stuck strictly to the floodplain area as to where that's at, looked at ag preservation, and then there's actually a branch scenario off of that. Then we would take this area out of development. The branch scenario would be, okay, we've taken the same number of rooftops, we're just going to cluster them tighter into another buildable area. B starts adding some little nodes of development. C is basically status quo, keeping things as they are. The status quo, by the way, is 4 units per acre for the residentially designated areas per project. B changes that to say, okay, what if we did 4 units per acre for the area rather than an individual project, and looks at nodes that start developing around these intersections through this area that would be possibly light commercial, maybe then this transition to a higher density, medium density, lower density out from these areas. And then the fifth scenario would basically be, let's look at the future and just make it be what it's going to be in 20 or 30 years of demand. It's the high growth rate development scenario. So we're looking at those, trying to present the policy decisions that have to be made with each of those, and trying to get that in the final draft form now. And that'll then come back where we'll go back to the community and talk about it, refine it more. We'll refine it with the engineering questions, what the timing issues are, besides what the costs are of putting these in, what the possible income producers are that will pay for those. What can we do to really make it sustainable in that sense, economically? That's basically it in a nutshell, I guess.
So, south of Lakeview Parkway, it seems like some or all of the properties we had to negotiate with. I'm familiar with some of them, and the city ended up buying, I guess, the property south of the parkway from them.
Some of it.
So, how much did we actually buy, and how much is still privately owned?
And I can turn that back into your presentation if you like. Maybe if you want to transition to that point now, would that be the best to talk more specifically about the parkway?
Go ahead and finish, and then we'll.
Yeah, and I guess just really, are there any questions you have of me that way?
Can I ask the process? Your meeting, you met with a group today that gave you input, or are this?
No, it's a separate group, but we do take input from, what they're discussing.
What was that group, just out of curiosity? How is that?
It's a sustainability committee.
The sustainability, okay.
And so obviously,
they're going to have an opinion for sure.
Brian, go over the process.
Okay.
That we've gone through.
The process started with joint neighborhood meetings, presenting what we're doing, and then asking for people who could volunteer on a committee that would, give a lot of input and insight into things that would be proper through there. We've taken a lot of those insights and then tried to build the issues from those. This all starts with the current general plan. We don't come in trying to just gut the plan and start all over. What we look at is what items have been met, which items are in process, which items maybe no longer apply, and what would be good ideas for adding to the general plan. And so it really takes that whole gamut, but it starts with the basic assumption. Here's what it is: 4 units per acre for residential, little commercial area, and airport area. The principal driving thing was obviously the construction of Lakeview Parkway. That changes things tremendously from when those general plans were originally written. It was kind of assumed something could happen, but the timing really, it going in changes that in a hurry. So once that was done, we met several times with the subcommittee and tried to develop a plan. We got it up to a basic draft form late last summer in that time. As we looked at it, that's where these policy issues, the timing, the utilities, everything came into play that made us really pull back and said, we just can't, throw this out without discussing these other items and really putting it to the point that we've got to establish these policies. So the plan again would be that we try and refine this where we can have a draft that everybody can review and give more comment on, going back to the various committees, going back to the subcommittee, and then obviously to the neighborhoods and get their comments prior to when we present that to Planning Commission. We may actually present it to Planning Commission during that time, but just so that the comments can continue to come in, much as we have with the other neighborhood plans.
Another decision point I think we need council input on at some point in this discussion is that when subdivision proposals come in this area, we tend to get neighbor input saying, we don't want 8,000 square foot lots. We have enough starter homes. We want 10,000 square foot lots or larger, so there are those that people will stay in longer. And at the same time, we have a very distinct and vocal fashion saying we want neighborhood amenities, shopping amenities on the west side. The more we hold down housing numbers and densities, the harder we make it to get those commercial amenities out there. I think we've done some projections on just filling the vacant land with 4 units to the acre because that's what the general plan says not to exceed. And I think if we do that, we have very marginal numbers for getting commercial infrastructure out there. Again, that's a major decision point, a policy decision we simply need direction on.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come and visit with the council about transportation issues on the west side. Maybe to answer Mr. Connect's question on the property south of Lakeview Parkway, kind of before we get into some of these other issues. there were some requirements associated with that project where the city purchased about 80 acres south of the roadway for wetland mitigation area. And so that area, while it is going to be vacant property, that has a specific use required by the Corps of Engineers that would not be available for parks or other types of uses.
Even agricultural?
Even agricultural, it would have limitations there. They really don't want grazing occurring on wetland areas.
So maybe it was used that way before the canyon.
Correct. Right. And so a lot of that property was purchased for that. As we went through the property negotiations with some of those property owners south of the roadway, there were some that indicated, you're taking, this amount of my property, why don't you just go ahead and take everything to the south? The south property is going to be difficult for us to access and utilize as we maybe thought in the future. And so there was about, off the top of my head, somewhere around 50 acres of property along the corridor that was not required for wetland mitigation areas, but was purchased as part of that project. And it's not in one specific areas. There's 2 or 3 areas along that project corridor. There's probably, in addition to that, there's probably still, it depends what you look at as useful area. There's probably somewhere, it's what we would probably determine useful area, probably somewhere around 50 to 100 acres south of the roadway that has some potential for agricultural or for other type uses. There's also, probably an additional 200 acres that's in private ownership that extends out into the middle of Provo Bay. So probably very likely not having huge uses as far as agricultural type purposes.
Rice?
Didn't make rice patties, yeah. We develop a new market.
Use the mic because this is not picking up very well at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, happy to do that. On. It's supposed to turn green if it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. May have gone to sleep. Oh, it needs batteries.
Just talk louder.
Okay, I'll try to talk a little bit louder. As we started looking at, as we talked about transportation issues, there's a few points that I just kind of wanted to use as the basis as we look about this network, some of the uses for the transportation network. And of course, as we look at the functions, it provides paths for vehicles, pedestrian, bicycles, provides connectivity. As we've been working with the TMAC committee, there has been a lot of emphasis that committee has been placing on we need better connectivity in the community. So our transportation network is that mechanism that helps provide connectivity, whether it's to homes, schools, commercial areas, or other uses. Also, one of the major uses of our transportation network is a utility corridor for both public and private utilities. As we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we talked about some of the issues that we're facing with our utility system on the west side, some of the challenges with that is where do we place that infrastructure? And so as we expand and build out our transportation network, we provide those corridors for our utilities as well to be constructed. Of course, some of those design features which are important to us in the city are, the efficiency of that system, safety. We want it safe for all modes of transportation and travel within the city, and then we want it to fit in with the quality of life that we all as a city. So as we start looking at the master plan out on the west side. This was developed based on the 4 units per acre that was previously discussed, and so the network on the west side, as it's built out to its full potential, works very well with those densities. When we start making changes, if we increase densities or we get a new high school that moves to a new location that changes what the travel patterns and demands out on that part of the city, it starts to change how our street network is set up and will function in the future. And so, one of the things that it may require is, as we update our master plan, is some of these streets need to be changed from a collector street to an arterial street to be able to accommodate more traffic. We obviously don't want to funnel traffic through our neighborhoods. That's an important quality of life issue to our residents. And so we want to develop our corridors in a way that is going to be compatible with how we would like to see the community develop. As we've started talking about some of these corridors, we have the 500 West corridor right here, which will be connected down to Lakeview Parkway as we complete the Provo West Side Connector project. Initially, as that project was evaluated in our last several transportation master plans, that road was projected to need to be a 3-lane collector street from 300 South southward. Now with the connection to Lakeview Parkway and some of the other development things that have occurred there, it's very likely that we're going to need to reevaluate that, and it may need to become an arterial street, either a 3 or 5-lane arterial. Those are things that not only are going to affect the function of that transportation network, but it's also going to affect the quality of life along that corridor and what kind of uses are compatible along that corridor. The question was asked by Mr. Connect about the alignment of Lakeview Parkway as it goes north from the airport. Several years ago, significant effort was put into, a public information effort was put into trying to find the best route for that corridor. There were several public meetings held. We worked with the City Council and actually came up with the recommended alignment for that corridor. Once that was completed, we've actually gone further ahead with that and now have final design plans for that entire roadway from Provo Airport to the north boundary of Provo City. Is it set in concrete? It's not in concrete. It's not constructed out in the field. Could it change? It could, but there's been a lot of effort, a lot of from the public, as well as we've hired engineering to come in and do that design. We've gone out on that corridor and started to acquire properties for the preservation of that future roadway, and so there's a lot of things that have started to occur with that. There was some discussion in this area about the Provo River Delta project. One of the concerns that we had when we were going through that effort was being able to preserve that corridor through property that will essentially be owned and controlled by the federal government as part of that Delta project. The individuals associated with that project have heard and listened to the city, and they've come to the table and says, we realize this is an important issue to the city to be able to provide this transportation network, and so we're working with them. They're in the process also of starting to acquire property out there, and so there's a lot of moving parts for that road network out in that area.
Just one final question. That little leg that cuts through on that corner, yeah. I've just heard that it kind of bisects some property that's being used as a business now. Do you know the status of that?
It's agricultural property. Property is actually, there's been some ownership changes since the initial alignment was selected and defined. It is agricultural right now. They do use it for, there's, some, I guess, commercial type aspects of that business that uses that, but, that was defined as part of that. When we worked through that, it's actually been purchased and is now owned by the individuals that own the greenhouses. And we'd actually worked with them to say, would it be better to, keep that roadway further to the west and go to the west side of the business. And at the time we went through the corridor selection process, they indicated to us that they would prefer to stay on the east side of the business, and because they have other property west of where the current greenhouses are. So there's, when you start looking at roadways, it's difficult for you to segment them and just pick them up and move them. They have to meet certain standards, and so that's part of that process. And what was actually done in this area was there's a couple of homes on the east side of the road across the street from the greenhouse property, and it was actually determined to shift the road to the east and take those residential uses out of that area instead of impacting the commercial business there. So, again, the whole thing about, this network, and this is our transportation master plan as it currently exists today. We're planning on, if all goes well, going through a process of updating this plan in the next budget cycle and looking to see whether or not, what we have planned out there currently, is going to be adequate with some of the changes that have happened. What are some of are there going to be any recommended changes, or will it function properly? We don't know that answer at this point in time. An important thing for us to know, however, going into that process is, are we going to increase densities? And if we're going to do that, do we have an idea, what those might be? Are we going to recommend, any type of commercial centers out in those areas? Where might they be located, and what impacts would that have on our street network? And how can we make sure that we accommodate those for the future? As we went through the process 5 years ago to update our transportation master plan, we identified capital projects which needed to be done, according to the consultant's projections, within the next 5 to 10 years. And this list of projects right here is a list of the projects that they determined really needed to be a priority for us. There were several other projects. Many of those have been completed. But these are projects that have not either been funded or under construction. So we have, the expansion of the Provo West Side Connector. This would take it from what is being constructed from 500 West out to the airport is 2 lanes today to 5 lanes. We have the construction of Lakeview Parkway, and this is essentially from Center Street north to the North Provo City boundary at 2000 North. We have current funding, which isn't included in that amount, of a little over $6 million to build that from Center Street south to the airport, and that's currently we're beginning work on that with property acquisition. There's 1600 West was identified as a street from Center Street to 600 South that needed to be widened. There's some areas that are already widened by the Sunset School. That cross section already meets what would be needed for this 3-lane collector street. But there's other areas where we would actually likely need to go in and purchase property to be able to construct that. 500 West, again, was projected to extend from 300 South to Lakeview Parkway as a 3-lane collector street. When the I-15 core project came through, and it was just, after we had finished up our transportation master plan, we just, they looked at some of the data that we had there and actually built the freeway overpass on 500 West to accommodate a wider street cross section. 2000 North, it was looked at that would need to be widened from the current 2-lane configuration to a 3-lane collector from I-15 out to Lakeview Parkway. Again, that's something that if there's a higher intensity use, if we put commercial out in those areas, at intersections at Geneva Road or Lakeview Parkway, will it need to be more than a 3-lane collector road? And Independence Avenue, which is a connection from where it currently ends at about 1100 North up to 1700 North. Those were projects that were identified in that plan, and you can see what they estimated was a little over $44 million to complete those projects. The typical way that we funded streets and capital projects like this in the past have been either through our BNC road funds, impact fees, or developer driven. And as development occurs, and that's probably been the major source where a lot of these streets have been constructed. In my time with the city, I'm not aware that we've ever put any general fund money into road projects, but they've always been funded some other way.
What's BNC?
The state gas tax money. So you can see that there's kind of this huge pot out there of projects that we have that somehow we're going to need to be constructed to accommodate our transportation needs out on the west side. In addition to that, these are projects that are on our master plan, but were not identified specifically in our transportation master plan back 5 years ago. The extension of 1600 West from 1150, well, actually from 600 South to Lakeview Parkway. The extension of 2050 West, or Geneva Road, from 600 South to Lakeview Parkway, and the construction of a new collector street system in the vicinity of about 2600 West, which is also shown on our transportation plan. And then the construction of 600 North from Geneva Road to Lakeview Parkway. As we've started looking at the traffic numbers and how do we provide access to the new high school out on the west side of the city, 620 North appears to be one of those corridors that, that's a pretty important corridor.
So I took that survey about the 820 and 620, and driven down 620 with some of the properties on the north side. If you had to widen it, I would get the north side.
Yeah, and I think in connection with that survey, we currently have the road width to do everything that would be needed, and which is recommended by that study. What we don't have is the width to be able to build either sidewalk or trail.
And
yes.
The only reason you need those roads is because people want to do construction, want to develop those areas.
For the most part, that was all of these roadways were determined based on that 4 unit per acre density.
Why would developers provide the funding if they would build that?
And they would, and that's typically how most of our collector streets have been built. I just wanted to point out some of these things, that some of these roads excuse me, are already along corridors that have existing homes or businesses on them. And so in those cases, there probably isn't a real mechanism unless they redevelop those properties to be able to go back and ask them to help pay for those improvements. One of the things, just go back to the transportation master plan that was brought up in Mr. Harding's presentation about the transit planning that MAG has out there. And we think maybe one of the things that they probably missed in that original study. And we're working with Orem, we're working with MAG right now to say does it make sense to stop a light rail corridor at the intermodal center in Orem, or should we extend that down to Provo Airport? You know, should it be a light rail hub? Should there be a BRT loop, you know, from our intermodal center down here and then back up to Orem's intermodal center? And so we're starting to have those discussions. And one of the things that we're doing as we're discussing property acquisition along the Lakeview corridor is looking for opportunities to maybe expand the footprint of that corridor to be able to preserve some of those options for transit down on the west side as well.
Good.
The road that connects Independence to 1700 North, where does that exactly connect on the north end at 1700 North? Is it more where Sand Hill Road comes around and turns into 1700 North in Orem? Or does that connect actually to stay in Provo the whole way?
Okay, so it stays in Provo.
So just follow the railroad right away?
Yeah, so this is the old railroad right of way. So here's Sand Hill Road down here. It's actually up, not sure what the west is, maybe 2300 west.
No, that's Main Street. It's just about one block to the west of Main Street. City, 2 years ago, we did that intersection, took the hill out of it.
It dead ends into that fence you showed.
It just dead ends. Other than Provo or Orem fence.
There has been some discussion over the years as, you know, should it stay down along the freeway and connect into Sand Hill Road? Probably 10 or more years ago, there was some discussion with Orem about, you know, hey, this seems to make some sense to us to maybe connect it to Sand Hill. At that point in time, there didn't seem to be a lot of interest from Orem in making that connection. In fact, it was like we would really rather not have you direct more traffic up into Sand Hill. And it pretty much services our Grandview residents. And so, you know, from a regional standpoint, we didn't feel like, you know, it made a huge difference for us. We already owned the right-of-way, and so we weren't having to go out and try to acquire new right-of-way. Recently, there has been some indication that, hey, maybe you ought to relook at that, and if you're going to build it, maybe try to connect it back to Sand Hill. I'm not sure. I think before we went ahead and moved on that, we would probably try to get some more input, you know, through public meetings as well as from the council of other bodies.
Any other questions?
Other questions, Mr. Graves? Thank you, Mr. Graves.
Okay. It's kind of related to this, but it's more of a current issue. As we talk about 820, I had a number of complaints, cut them very loud, about a safety issue we've got going there. As we've improved 820 and the storage units went in, as other businesses have gone in, we've acquired a nice planting strip and sidewalk. As we get to the railroad and as we get to front runner, we probably should take responsibility for this. It dead ends, it's gravel, so any of the kids that walk from across Geneva Road, go to school, those two schools now on 820, are walking or ride the bikes up there, and it's a very, very severe safety hazard. And we've got to, they have to go out into the traffic, around front runner tracks, civics tracks, and then to get back on the sidewalk. Both sides. There's no way to get kids back and forth.
And yeah, and we would agree that this area, particularly with, you know, with things evolving and changing out there, that it really does need to be addressed.
How come front runner wasn't required? ETA wasn't required to do something?
Well, at the time front runner went in, excuse me, we didn't have any improvements on the east side of the tracks. The I think it's called Bear River Storage went in after the front runner project went in, and so there was really nothing there to say, hey, we need to really address the pedestrian issues associated, with development along 820 North. But because of how we require improvements with development, it almost appears that maybe there was an oversight where really it was, as you do piecemeal development sometimes, and particularly where this would require coordination with both Union Pacific and Front Runner at UTA to get pedestrian crossings across those railroad tracks. It just wasn't discussed, when they came through. We are going to go back with them.
Can we do that on accelerates? I think they're kind of giving notice for lawsuits. If a kid got hit right now,
And we agree. We think it's an issue that we need to go out and actively pursue a solution for. When the I-15 project was completed, there was a pathway that was put under the bridge there, and so it's really the two railroad crossings.
Everything else has been planned for.
Yeah, so we'll be looking at that.
So in that same area, if you're going to improve the 820 corridor, maybe you put in an interchange. In order to have a functioning corridor east-west, it can't be stopped by train traffic. So you're doing a bridge, and accommodating pedestrians and cars to go over the tracks.
I think there's some things that have been looked at in the 820 North Corridor, and I believe at some point we want to come back to the council and kind of talk about some of those conclusions. But in fact, that was one of the recommendations from the study, was that to have at-grade crossing probably doesn't work with what the projections for this corridor is. Whether that corridor stays on 820 North, whether it does some connection from 820 down to 620, between Independence Avenue and I-15. Somehow we think that we need to address the separated grade issue on the railroad crossing.
Are there other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Reeves. So appreciate Mr. Harding and your presentation, and Mr. Maxfield and Mr. Graves. Are there any other discussion? We have a few minutes. I know there's going to be a lot more discussion down the road, but is there a direction that we'd like to go as a council with the information that we have this summer?
I think Mr. Pepperoni's already kind of expressed it. We've kind of reached this decision point, or we're close to reaching Mr. Hardy's proposal, which I think is a bigger vision of the west side. Maybe it's not just 4 units per acre. And so if we're going to say, yeah, let's go to a plan that lets the density higher because we want to get some commercial and retail down there, then how does that affect our traffic? How does that affect our sewer and water? I mean, we're kind of maybe that's why you're here, because we are at that point. And we've got to, so I don't know how we just don't hear this presentation today and then just let it, how do we go further so we can come in the direction?
And I have a couple of questions that I guess weren't answered in this presentation, but if you look on the general plan maps, there's this liquefaction map. What does that mean for that area? Is it really wise to build in an area that has that liquefaction issue? Because that goes well beyond the road. We're talking about the road being the demarcation for build here, don't build, on the south side. But are we setting ourselves up for issues down the road if we are building on ground that no matter how much fill you bring in, there's still that concern?
Of course, it'd be a technical issue. It's something that would need to be engineered and designed around. There are ways to do that. It isn't that you can suddenly just go out and put down the standard footing foundation and expect that to be functional. It may require deeper foundation treatments. even tilings that go down, you know, to more support. So
That was a significant thing in the Provo High design. They really had to address the difference in the cost there as compared to, because it does require.
Yeah, it depends what kind of building you're talking about. If it's a residence, you know, it may not be as critical as, let's say, school or a commercial building.
And our current code already requires that type of prep work. So, and I guess if it's developers that are developing the area, then the cost would fall on the developer or the school or whoever happens to be building there. But if the city decides to put in roads or a park or we're planning amenities in that area as well, I mean, I think that's something to consider, the cost versus benefit of. But
Isn't Sherwood Hills, you know, it should be Sherwood Hills.
Oh, absolutely.
And we're not allowed to go there. I know just one road alone costs over $1 million.
Yeah, and it's much easier and better to address these issues up front and say, how are we going to address them rather than try to go back in and make repairs and put a Band-Aid on.
so say we allow building to occur in this liquefaction zone, and we require certain things to be done, and it still settles, and homes are settling and sinking or whatever, or businesses are sinking. What's our liability because we allowed it to happen in the first place? Even if we gave the warnings, even if we have in our code the things that they have to do to meet a certain standard, what's our liability if we allow building in that area?
I think that's an indeterminate answer, right? I don't think that there's any clear, that I'm aware of, I don't know that there's any clear case law indicating that there's definite liability, but we've faced that before with our slides on the hills, up in the hills, and individuals in that situation, despite the fact that we have standards and have told them what they needed to do before they built homes up there and advised them of risks, they have filed claims after their, and so far we've denied those, and we don't think we have liability, but it doesn't prevent people from filing claims.
If there's a road there that we put in, then we have to maintain that road. That's what's happened. There again, one of those sections of the road is what was moving down.
And I was going to make that point. There's a couple of issues. One is private property owners, and I'll address that in a second. The other is public infrastructure that we put in. So if we put in a road in an area, and it's a difficult area in which for us to build and maintain a road, we still have that duty to maintain it if we allow it to go in. And the Sherwood Hills, Bow Valley, I'm sure that brings shudders to former Mayor Stewart when I mention that name. But with individuals, often a city is put in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because a property owner will come in and say, well, I know it's a slide area or some geotechnical hazard area, but my engineer says I can do it, and they have reports, and if they do it correctly, then they can build. And they threaten to sue us if we don't let them do it, and then if they do it, and then there's a problem, then they threaten to sue us because we allowed them to do what they threatened to sue us over. So with this, typically, we have found that as long as we have well thought out requirements that are enacted by ordinance and they're required for them to do it, we typically have them have private engineers and professionals who have put their certification on it that meets those designs, and they typically, if there's a fault there, it's usually that private engineer or professional. However, as Brian mentioned, that doesn't mean we won't get sued in some of these areas.
Right. Well, then I'm guessing there's going to need to be a street network that the city will own.
Yes, and
part of, and
yes.
So it could cost us.
And we have different requirements for the streets that are out there, and you know, and we have streets in some of these areas that they build. They do require some specialized engineering over a typical street that we have, and they can present problems for it, but Dave, I don't know, some of the existing streets in the liquefaction zones or in the high water table areas?
We've had streets out on the west side, and it's probably 20 years ago that we developed a specific cross-section for streets, out in some of these areas. And, the cross-section that was developed functioning extremely well. The streets have shown very little, problem with settlement or change. Same thing with our utility systems. There were some specific requirements that we used for our water lines. We required a polygraph material on our water lines with soil issues and different things. And with those standards, they have functioned pretty well. Some of the things that we were talking about, up in other areas of the city, the Sherwood Hills area, those were done, without probably the same level of oversight and degree of engineering and going to these professionals and say, here's your opinion, tell us what needs to be done to safely develop these areas.
So were those roads and infrastructure put in before 84 or after 84 when we had the floods, when the lake overflowed? And
most of it was after 84.
It was after 84.
I mean, we do have, the historic information of when it happened. There's been, lots of things that have changed as far as, roads and dikes and, ground elevations, different things that, probably change that scenario a little bit. But it's certainly something that pre-84, maybe there were things that wouldn't have been scrutinized quite as carefully as they would be now.
Another thought too is along the lines of infrastructure is if you went with more than 4 units per acre, what does that do for water storage, for sewer, for all of those infrastructure costs that maybe one development at a time, just when you start increasing density, you're also increasing the impact on all of our infrastructure. And what kind of impact is that? How much can we take, and how much can we plan well for?
I don't think that has been looked at either. That's what the same. A lot of these plans would need to be updated to look at what additional impacts would changing densities have.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that we're trying to do is we go in, the current general plan talks about, was it 4 units per acre generally, as a rule of thumb on the west side there. If we did do some higher density, what does that mean for actual infrastructure costs and those types of things? So as we go forward with this, we want to be able to get our arms around the impacts by doing something like this so that the council can make some decisions. And we often have some competing interests that have been brought up here. One thing I hear a lot, because when the Smiths over there on Center Street in Geneva, when that was originally proposed, and then we ended up in court on it, I actually handled that case at the time. And so I handled that case in court, and the whole time it was interesting because I kept hearing people on the west side saying, hold it, when are we going to get grocery stores? When are we going to get grocery stores? And I think now, under our current general plan, my best guess is we're not ever going to get a grocery store on the west side with the densities that we're talking about residentially. So if we do want to have lower density on the west side, then we need to understand we're probably not going to, we're making a trade-off with some things. And everything's a cost benefit. If we want some retail nodes and things like that on the west side, it's probably going to require some higher density. But then again, that's going to have an impact on infrastructure that we need to understand and get our arms around.
Suppose we contemplate potentially higher densities. At what point does it make more sense to build a sewage treatment plant on the west side?
That's an excellent question. And Dave, do you want to take a stab at that? I know that's one you've been struggling with.
Yeah, it's one of the analysis we talked about and we mentioned briefly in one of the presentations, we have it scheduled on a future work session, and we'll come back and show the analysis that was done. Right now, the cost for a new treatment plant on the west side still probably outweighs upgrading the current facility, but it's based on the current general plan. So if you start increasing the densities on the west side, that's going to change that dynamic. Those finances are going to change a little bit, and we'll show you that we have a pretty detailed analysis that we'll bring back in another session.
Okay. And not only that, so if density on the west side changes that analysis, then if it's like, well, it might be possible to move it, that might change our general plan and thinking where the current plant is. Near East Bay, so that may change what we think there, which could impact it. So it's kind of hard to jump in and really figure out.
Okay.
Phil, go ahead.
We figure out. Okay. All right. You know, we're just talking in generalities here because we're having these discussions about cost of infrastructure or whatever. But correct me if I'm wrong. Cost of infrastructure is a bit stepwise, where you have a certain capacity, and as soon as you exceed that, well, okay, now the cost goes up because you have to improve the infrastructure, increase the infrastructure, and then as your number of residences come up, now you bump it up some more. Some big trouble comes when you have infrastructure in place, and then you might, through some redevelopment, increase density, and now you kick, now that area has to be improved. And so now you have to go in and redesign or tear up stuff, put in new stuff, in order to increase that capacity. But if you're talking greenfield development, just not redevelopment, but development, in general, the more density you have, the less the infrastructure costs are per unit. That's correct?
Yes, generally. So if you're in a greenfield situation, and you have a water line that's big enough to serve, 5,000 units. If it's suburban sprawl, well, you've got really long water lines everywhere. If it's more densely located, then the water line and that infrastructure doesn't have to be as long, and the roads don't have to be as long. Things like that.
So if we were to increase density, the overall cost of infrastructure may go up, but how it's spread out across property taxes and things like that, it's actually less it costs the city less to provide those services if there's greater density.
Yes, typically a single-family home. So I own a single-family home here in Provo. I pay property taxes on it. The property taxes that I pay that go to Provo City do not cover the services that Provo City provides to my single-family home, and that just happens everywhere in the city. Once you hit a certain level of density, and I've heard different figures before, 8, 9, 10 units an acre. I don't know, Dave. Do you have a better idea about what you've heard? And so when you start hitting units, density units, about 8, 9, 10 units an acre, the property taxes that you get from that does cover the services that those units receive from the city. So in that kind of continual O&M type of situation, that financially, that can play an impact, and that would be something that we could look at and try and run some numbers.
Of course, there's variations, because at least I believe I've been told that, say there's been times where the boulders, because of the police services and those kind of services, have greatly, impacted, the services, the cost of service. The boulders has been far more than the property taxes they generated. So it's not just height; it's also how it's implemented and all of that.
I'd like to see the numbers. At what point higher density ever breaks even? I mean, I just ask that because everyone still needs their place in the park and their place on the trail. So parks and services just has to grow with the population, police and fire. A lot of things are per capita. And even though you might get some savings on infrastructure, the services that we actually provide believe still would exceed the property tax. That depends also on who lives in there. If it's Manhattan and they're $1 million streets and they're out spending big money, that's also different than others. But people still need service, so I'd love to see that.
How do we, do you have a formula for infrastructure, like a good sizable development comes in, puts in a new sewer line, and do we don't charge them necessarily for the development that's going to come down the road?
Yes. Any developer that comes in has to put in the infrastructure that's directly needed by their development. So the sewer lines, roads, all of that thing for it. And then on top of that, they pay impact fees for the systemic impact that that development will cause. Because you may build the sewer line for your subdivision, but that has an impact on the sewage treatment facility, and it may need some upgrades, and so they go through, or the road system, and so we have impact fees. Now, I think traditionally our impact fees in the city are not covering the impact that the development has.
And so the city is actually putting in a bigger line. The city takes the impact fees, charges the developer, and we take the impact fees that they were going to use and put in a bigger development for that development that is being built right now.
Well, you need to remember project-specific improvements and system-wide improvements. Impact fees go to system-wide improvements, and every project that comes in has an impact on the system, and so whether you need greater capacity, eventually a development over here can be the straw that breaks the camel's back to require a turn pocket a mile away on a road because of the increased traffic on the overall system. And right now, as my understanding is, we've gone through and calculated as a city, all of the impacts on our utility systems, parks and energy, streets, sewer, water, that the growth that we see is going to require a group of systemic improvements. The impact fees that we get from the growth will not cover the cost of all the systemic impacts that are needed to be done caused by that growth.
So if we're planning more density, we better really look at our impact.
I think that's part and parcel of it, that impact fees need to be looked at. They haven't been updated in a while. They were put in on a phased basis. But I think that's something that, as a policy decision point for the council, is impact fees need to be looked at again.
Impact fees really only apply to the initial cost of getting it all up and running. But 10 years down the road, what are the services like? And
the operation and maintenance of that system.
Right. Yes. And then the fact that on the west side, you're going to have to build a new fire station on the northwest corner. And the cost of the personnel, all these services. So hopefully, next meeting we have Nixon in here saying we're going to pay for all this because we have business, thriving business coming to Provo. Because we're not going to pay for it with impact fees. The ongoing maintenance has to come out of general fund and sales tax and stuff like that.
Because the theory is, as you have development, it creates impacts on the system. So that development impact fees builds the new system, and then everybody pays in to maintain the system, existing residents and the new residents, through their property taxes and those things. But those economic considerations are extremely important.
We went through a little bit of a painful experience last year trying to manage our water needs, and we had to do some serious increases. And we store 32 million gallons of water, and we use 52 million in the summer months. So with these 2 tanks that we just are building right now, rebuilding this Lake Canyon and building the one on the west side, we're still only at 42 million. gallons of water stored. So there are still needs. That's why we have a 5-year plan. There's a redundant line that we need. There's so many things that we need right now, and the impact fees and development hasn't taken care of that issue. And so I think it's a serious consideration when we're thinking of infrastructure and how these new developments impact the infrastructure. And is it really going to make a difference, enough of a difference to make it worth having much more density if we still have these huge infrastructure needs? And I would like to see how that all you know, pans out. I don't think you can. I don't think you can totally predict what that's going to do, but it's a serious consideration because it was painful enough last year not to just approve 1 year, knowing that there are 5 years that really need to be approved. And are we willing to do that? And if not, then why would we be approving a lot more density when we're having a struggle keeping up with what we have right now, unless that density can prove that it's going to take care of that issue or help alleviate that issue?
And it is a struggle, and there is pressure. So if you look at the demographic projections for Utah County itself, but the doubling of the population of Utah County between now and I think by 2040 at the outside. So think about it, a doubling of the population of Utah County could mean a doubling of the number of residential units we have in the county. And how do you pay for all that with the roads and the water and the sewers and those things? And so those are some significant concerns that we have. With the doubling of the population, I can tell you every time over now almost 22 years being here at the city that I've seen people, or a situation where it's come in and said, this is the edge of the city and this is the end. There's always been pressure to go beyond it. Lakeview Drive, I remember Merrill Bingham and I having a big conversation about that. Lakeview Drive was supposed to be the edge of the city. And then it's not anymore. You remember that day? You know, and so every time there's pressure for more and more people, and so I think we need to get our arms around those costs.
Matt, I don't think Matt was there at this one, but Ryan was there. We attended, was it 11 convention? And they had a guy that came in and said, all of our plans are actually creating a spiral downward. All our zoning and our development is creating spiral downward. You look at Quebec and Ontario, some of those places that are larger cities, they're actually closing parts of their city because they can't afford that infrastructure. They're having to go back into the high density because they can't afford to bring it out to some of these single family homes. And it says, we are just literally creating a funnel that is just sucking all of our tax dollars into that funnel by creating some of the things that we want to have to create all the time. Is that what more or less what he told us at that?
I agree with you. I want to see that analysis. Everything that I've read suggests that you know, for units to an acre, you know, you go less dense than that. But those things, if we're talking about sustainability, that's one of the least sustainable as far as both impact fees in the short term as well as long term sustainability of being able to provide services. Increasing the density will actually improve, make it more sustainable, and I mean the overall cost may be more, but we'll be able to draw more from the impact fees and have this longer sustainability. But the thing with like Quebec, in some ways it's almost a pyramid scheme that you pay for the new stuff, or you use the new, you pay for the old stuff by bringing the new stuff, but as soon as you run out of space, you can't bring in those impact fees to pay for what you already have, then that's the spiral.
So, Mr. Connect, and then we need to move on to the next.
So impact fees stop going in at all classes. On the northwest corner, Broadview Shores, that's the large project, 15 or so. If we don't capture most of their shopping, they do most of their shopping outside of Provo. And that sales tax money leaves Provo. And we're stuck providing services. Everyone in town has to pay for it because we're all in this together. But long run, if we can't capture our own sales tax and businesses where we need them, but our sales tax is our largest income. We can't do that. Property tax, and we can only do so much after the fees. We can to have a reduced quality of life because we can't afford services.
Thank you. I think we're going to have more discussion. Is the Public Works, your presentation is coming in the next? In April. Yeah. So we will continue the discussion at that meeting. And we're going to take a 5-minute break right now, and we'll come back with going back to item 2. And welcome, Mayor.
Yeah. So I had to just kind of challenge guarantee him. Yes. Really, that is a view. I like the light stand here, like the dark cover.
I need to notice.
Say, Gary, can I have something to switch? Thank you, sir. That's okay. You got it right the first time. It's just not what I didn't express clear instructions.
Together, everybody can have a seat. The next item of business is the discussion on the Ad Hoc Housing Committee, and we'll turn the time over to Mr. Van Buren to continue the discussion.
Like where we left off, we just wanted to see everybody.
Oh, sorry.
That there's. So our question is how, I mean, this is fine, and we know kind of what it means. On the committee, we had a discussion about, we're going to have a number of issues that we need to deal with, and we just wanted, I first to just took in our mission statement. Part of it.
As we talked about updating the general plan, and it has analysis of it has perhaps half that will be in the past that needs to be updated. So staff is going to look at what we have, what we need, what the market demand is, and maybe where we need to put it. I'll just look at what that is. What general kind of update.
I'm sure it's all coordinated. I mean, we just don't want to double our efforts.
Right, exactly. Right. We'll go back to number 3 too.
Number 2.
Because that's something that's on.
We're returning to this, so we went to number 3 to discuss, have Mr. Harding give his presentation, and now we're back to number 2.
I'm talking about number 3 points,
Yeah.
not the second issue. Sorry.
So let me ask you, respond to based on that analysis, how much is the general plan?
The general plan has some housing analysis. It doesn't have, honestly, a very in-depth approach. It's a fairly superficial, this is the current stock, and that's easy for us to do. We can go in and really, in the general plan, put and update what the current snapshot picture is. What we haven't done as a city is really gone in and looked at, for instance, like market studies and projections of where we think housing trends are going to go in conjunction with population. I think that would be a valuable, I think it'd be a very valuable thing to do to help us figure out some of the impacts of the growth or potential avenues that we could take as a city for us to do. I don't know that we could do that in-house to get the market studies and that kind of in-depth look at the housing profile to see what we think the future will hold, what different housing types, where it will be, and then where it will best come into the city. There's some of that in-house we could do. I don't think we can do all of it.
So predicting or knowing what the market demand is one thing. Knowing what it might be in the future, of course, is another.
Yeah.
As we do these neighborhood plans, in my neighborhood, to have a little box on like page 23 saying, hey, we're going to create so much of this, that, and the other. LDR, single family, so many units. So just by our changes to the general plan, one can roughly predict the outcome if it's all built out as we change it. That, of course, doesn't address the market demand, but it addresses what is and what will be based on our changes to the zoning.
Yeah, and we can go in the general plan, and that's what we've done on the west side of that discussion. The general plan comes in, and we basically say, okay, this is so many acres, and we want to put in, and we want to have roughly, is it 4 or is it 3.5? 4 units an acre on the west side, overall, and so just based on those calculations, we can very easily calculate how many new housing units we'd have. Now, what we haven't done is gone in and looked at, okay, with the available land that we have, and we can make some of our own determinations of density per acre. So if we wanted to go to 8, I can tell you pretty quickly how many new units that's going to be. But what we haven't done is gone in and looked at what are the types of housing trends that people see in the future. Are house sizes getting smaller? Do people want to be in more townhomes, not on single-family detached lots? You know, where's the market demand? Where's the population growth? Where it would make sense then to be a little more refined in our approach to it. We haven't done that part, and that's an important part to try and understand. When you're forecasting the future, you know, that's a difficult thing to do. So we can make plans, but if the market's not there, those plans aren't going to come.
But having a diversity is good, because years ago, the west side was mostly just starter homes. When we made the case, you need to build some move-up homes, some larger homes. The pushback was, well, no one will ever buy them or build them or live in them. The market wants just starter homes. But that really was short-sighted. And so even though we can't market precisely, having a variety, just like having a variety of your stock portfolio, means you're going to have some winners.
Yeah, and I think the market demand that they were talking about is what can I sell right now today? And I think what we're talking about here is trying to predict over the next, between now and 2040, if the population in Utah County doubles, how much of that population increase should and can Provo absorb? Where should that absorption come, and what housing type should that go in? And some of it's going to be on the west side, some of it's going to be downtown, some of it's going to be redevelopment of areas. So
will our demographics change?
Yeah, and the demographic profile that we're projecting.
And that's where I think a lot of our residents get frustrated, in the fact that they look at the general plan and think that this is where it's going to be, this is what it's going to be, rather than the guided document. This is where we get, well, the general plan says this, how come we're looking at this? And it's not guiding, and the guiding principles are maybe not, we're varying from them, and that frustrates the neighborhoods.
Well, and that's
because of the market.
Well, and that's one big question that as staff we would have, and I think the community has, is 4 units to the acre on average about right on the west side. Now, having said that, you can do it in one of 2 different ways. You can, nothing but one big subdivision out there that's basically 40 units to the acre is what? Going to be 8,000 square foot lots, you know, in general detached single family homes, nothing but that on the west side. Or you could cluster that up in some areas, leave some open space, do some different things. So there's 2 components. One is just the density issue, and then the other is kind of the housing type that goes with it.
I guess the question is this something that we want to add to the housing committee, to our focus? Is there a motion to that effect? If we want to add this to our...
I'm willing to discuss it. I think it needs to be talked about, but after hearing what Gary is talking, it's really more than you can necessarily come up with or that we can solve. But if you don't keep it in mind, then you probably don't end up with the right results in the other categories. So I'm willing to give it our best shot, but we don't have a crystal ball. We don't have the resources to necessarily do some of these things. But I would like to keep it.
I'll defer to the committee members on although whatever the 3 of you feel. I just stated, I don't think we have to do it ourselves. I think there's an industry out there that is highly interested in understanding and predicting market demand, and I imagine they probably already have studies that they may be willing to share with us. If not, we could probably partner with them, and they may do the grant, the legwork for it.
On that note, you see all the apartments that are getting built in Provo North, right? You've noticed this clearly, right? those are direct results of a market study done by Bell Associates that said we're going to need those. For Ivory Homes to go from being the state's largest single-family home builder for many years to now adding apartments to their portfolio and owning apartments. A single-family homeowner owning apartments, that's unheard of. The reason they're doing it is because they've read that same market study. They see this growing segment of our population that is going to want that. They've invested millions of dollars in apartments now.
Can you get a copy?
Fine, yeah.
And yeah, that determining doesn't necessarily mean that we go out and do all the labor ourselves.
Okay.
But I agree that I think knowing the answer to that will inform the former two.
Is there a motion on that, Jim? Thank you, Mr. Stewart. And all in favor? Voting is unanimous in the affirmative. Okay. Thank you. The next item of business is follow-up discussion on an ordinance adding to the duties of the executive director regarding the responsibility for oversight and review of the general plan and chapter.
This amendment was originally conceived by Mr. Knapp to add to the duty list. It's entitled 2.50, which is the City Council's legislative ordinance. It governs most of the council's work, but at the end of that provision is a description of the executive director's job and duties that he may be assigned to, or she. And Mr. Knapp suggested that we add language similar to number R here. However, as I talked with Dave, I drafted this a little bit broader than just say Chapter 13 to say the priorities and implementation strategies. One reason for that is Chapter 1 also has quite a bit of high-level policy statements that are adopted, and the Policy Governance Committee is even considering looking at ways to refresh those, maybe in conjunction with Vision 2030 or 50, whatever it may be. So it's a little more comprehensive approach than was originally discussed. It was also brought up that I brought up the issue that there are occasionally rules adopted that instruct the executive director to do something. You may not want those in ordinance, but they may be something you as a council want the executive director to perform regardless. And those are sort of scattered throughout. And so rather than try and collect them all and put them here, it's just a nod to say, hey, go check the handbook, go check the rules.
How is that different from P, from item P?
I suppose you could, yeah, P is similar language. I think what S does is it makes it a little more explicit. You could combine P and S if, as an alternative.
I had a hard time deciding what was different about them because P says perform such other duties as may be prescribed by the council or permitted by law or city ordinance. So I think it says the same thing. I don't know.
No, I think that's a good point.
Okay. Mr. Sloan?
Maybe this isn't the time to bring that up, but the phrase "or permitted by law" seems awfully broad to me. I don't know, just the way I read that. Perform such other duties as may be prescribed either by the council or permitted by law. Brian, how do you read that? I mean,
I was looking at it myself just now and going, I'm not really sure what that means. I mean, because in essence it says you can perform all other duties that are permitted by law, but if they're just permitted, that doesn't make them a duty. So I don't know what that means.
It's not just can do, but almost seems to say your duty is to do it.
Your duty is to do all your duties that are permitted.
How about just saying you can perform such duties that are lawful? So what are you implying?
What if you just perform any other duties adopted by council rule, state or city law, or state law or city ordinance? If you just added S, take out P.
My guess is that the intent was to say that if the council prescribes duties that aren't actually lawful, then you don't include them, but the use of an or, it changes the meaning, so that's not what it says.
Question, should we send P and S back to the Rules Committee to kind of tighten that up a little bit, or combine them, or?
That makes sense to me.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I think we just said,
Oh, yes, and except R.
Thanks. Any discussion? All in favor? The vote is unanimous in your favor. Thank you. The next item is a discussion on pocket neighborhoods, and this was brought to our attention by Mr. Van Buren.
I'll just do mainly introduction here. There's an exciting concept that's kind of in the works right now, and I think it helps with our housing structure and design and what we want to do. It also gives us an opportunity to invite some developers to see some new concepts and bring them along. Many of you have met Mr. Chafin. Is it Chafin? Chafin. His concepts with the pocket neighborhoods. And so there's been some work done by the administration and by community development. And they have a presentation to show you a proposal we would like as a city. I just want to run by the council and see if it's a direction you'd consider or not. So, Gary, watch with it.
Mr. Chapin came in December of last year, and one of the things that he talked about was pocket neighborhoods, and he even had a 2-hour meeting with some residents from the community and neighborhood chairs and staff members, and really talked about pocket neighborhoods and what can be done with them and how they could function and operate and be an enhancement to a community. But one of the things that we learned from him, I think, is that there's quite an art to this and science, and that it has to be done just right. And it just can't be casually approached, and that there were some, he looked at some of the developments that we have in the city, and he said, okay, well, you got some elements, but I think you're missing some things. And these have been fairly successful, especially up in the Northwest, where he's from. So as that, after that conference, we've all been talking a little bit about pocket neighborhoods and what we could do and what we couldn't do. One of the things that happened is we actually at one point met with Mr. Van Buren. We talked a little bit about some pocket neighborhoods and said, you know, we're trying to look for some things to do, and he encouraged us to go forward, and that when we were more ready to try and bring it to the council. And so what we have and what we're about to show you is, in light of our conversation about the west side and maybe some higher density and some things like that, we have identified a piece of property that the city owns. That's on the west side of the freeway that we think would be a good fit for a pocket neighborhood. We've had some preliminary discussions with Mr. Chapin, and he has indicated that he would love to come and help us as a consultant on this. And so we have a concept that we would like to present to the council today. And in this concept, it'll show a pocket neighborhood that we would propose to go forward with. As a part of this, we would need the council, if the council wants to move forward, we need the council to transfer this property from Provo City to the redevelopment agency. We would then propose going out to an RFQ or RFP, and we're in the middle of this process trying to figure out which would be best, to get a developer on board. And we would be the city, through the redevelopment agency, an equity partner in a pocket neighborhood, and have the developer move forward. We've actually gotten some plans from Mr. Chapin and have had them costed out, and we've looked at it, and from a cost standpoint, we think it might work. Now, having said that, we think it's a little different than some of the developments that we've seen typically in Provo. And I believe that, as you've seen Mr. Chapin talk about some things, there's some unique characteristics that fully wouldn't meet what our current standards are. And so part of this is we would need to work not only internally as a city with all of the other departments, and this really hasn't gone too far beyond that. We pitched the mayor and on this idea. Actually, he asked us if we'd really think about this, and we did. And so internally, we need to talk about maybe doing some things a little bit differently than we have before. We need to make some amendments to our ordinance that we need the council action for. And we have a proposal where we would like to be ready for the Parade of Homes, the first full week of June of next year, with a pocket neighborhood, and move forward with that. And that's a pretty aggressive time frame for us to accomplish all these things. And so I'm a developer, and you tell me you're developer friendly, so we want to move forward with that. And I'm going to turn to Bill and Austin now to kind of show you the piece of property, kind of the design that we're talking about, and they can get into the steps that we think we can meet that goal of being in the Parade of Homes a year from this June.
Jerry, a question?
Yes.
I know your shirt and their shirts are yellow. Is that why we have the yellow house there?
Was Austin Corey the artist here?
No, not on this one. No, I'm wearing a yellow shirt because the mayor is, I call his wife every morning and ask, what's the mayor wearing?
I'm wearing a shirt in preparation for the Provo City birthday party coming up in several weeks.
So we don't necessarily have to have a yellow house.
No, we don't.
So pocket neighborhoods, as you saw when you attended the zoning summit, they're very distinct housing form. They also approach and address one of the things that Dave Harding was talking about in terms of that missing middle housing segment that we have here in Provo. Most of the housing in Mr. Chapin's developments are single-family detached, but he does have attached products. This is very representative of his development. This is one of his plans. So single-family detached homes, but they're on very small lots. The lot that you own isn't very much bigger than the footprint of the house. And in typical suburbia, where you have an 8,000 square foot lot, and by the time you plop the house down in the middle of that lot, due to your setback regulations, you don't have much usable space. So one of the driving factors or thoughts behind his design is, why don't you just mass that unusable yard space into some type of central green that is very usable to the residents. These are designed so that the houses fit together, what Mr. Chapin calls they nest together. I think of them as puzzle pieces fitting together, where they're designed so that the windows from this house don't look directly into the windows of that house. They're all built with porches and doors that look right out onto this green space. The porches are built to be functional. You can actually sit on the porch. It's not just a faux porch that gives it a look that you're trying to achieve. And in his communities, he gets a lot of community interaction. People use this all the time. They sit on the porches and talk to each other all the time. This is a community building, and it's a pretty kind of bare bones, just open room that the community can use it in multiple kinds of ways. He very typically has an area for a community garden in his development. So those are kind of some of the driving features behind these developments. Do I control this?
For this neighborhood?
I'm sorry?
A garden is not planned for this one.
Oh, for the one that we're planning? Yes.
It is planned.
Yeah.
But it's not this.
That's not ours.
Yeah, I can see a garden on there, I thought. In the top corner there.
Sure, that's so fuzzy, but this gives you an idea of landscaping, how landscaping is used, the materials he uses on the houses, the connectivity between the houses. His home plans are extremely efficient. He has almost all first floor, main floor master bedrooms. And he takes the savings of that efficiency and puts it into architectural materials, landscape, to come up with something that's
really wonderful.
Are there basements?
Most of his home plans have designs for basements, and we believe we'll be able to do basements on the site we're going to talk about. A big part of his designs are that you have common area, then you have semi-private area, then you have private area, all adjacent to your house. So it's not all common area. Every house has its own private area along with it. Now again, you're not buying much bigger than the footprint, but it's all designed in a way where family does have its own private space. So you can have your own barbecue out to the side of your house or in the back of your house and not have that be in the middle of what everyone else is doing.
Bill, if you'll go back to that one too, sure. One thing to point out on there, he focuses really strongly on activity of a community, and you'll notice that I know there's a little short fence here, but that's actually more about defining that layer of space, but you will never see a fence separating two side yards, even though that's the private area of the homes. The idea is that these areas really are active and usable, and it's to try and help reinforce that idea that it's not, here's my little bubble of the world, everybody else stay out, but really you're a piece of a community.
Community building. And that is, if you look into that, it's just an open room. A place where kids can do homework or take art lessons or any kinds of things like that. It's just community parties, neighborhood parties. But right now, you probably have that. If you have a block party in the neighborhood, it's probably out in the street, right? This again gives you a really good idea of the common space, private space, porch space.
How do you handle the yards, the restricted covenants, what you can and can't do, just to make sure that everything is kept really nice? You don't have one house that doesn't have any landscaping and the next, you know what I mean?
All the landscaping is designed in concert with each other. That's what we would be doing in our development. All the landscaping designed together. There would be the homeowners association, which would make sure the maintenance is done.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the private yard back between residences. Semi-private space out here. Public space. When you say public space, really is.
Is there a playground for the kids?
He doesn't do a lot of playgrounds in terms of the swing set. It's more open space. You can throw a ball around or do something like that, but it's not approved as swing sets.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I think Jamie Littlefield was the one that made this observation. She was really excited, and once she got into the presentation, she looked at this and she said, you know, this is great for some places, but this may not be, necessarily what Pioneer neighborhoods was her observation. So I think the way that he's designed these, I think of I've had some amazingly wonderful neighbors. I've had some neighbors that seriously impacted my quality of life, and it was amazing how much my neighbors impacted me. I think the people that are buying into these are kind of self-selected. Someone doesn't buy this, unless they're looking for that community. They're looking, and so I think that probably avoids some of the conflicts that we may have more generally. And I think we'd have that with what's being proposed, once we see it. But I imagine, Provo's first pocket neighborhood, the people that buy into that are looking for that experience. Now, let me just take a step back from what Jamie said. I received an email from a constituent today saying, hey, we saw this is on the agenda. I can't make it because I've got a sick kid, but me and my husband and a couple neighbors, we are really interested in doing this in the Timpanogos neighborhood. And so I bet it would look a little bit different, but I think some of the pocket neighborhood features and principles can work in the Pioneer neighborhoods and other places, it may have a different look, a different feel, depending on where it's built in the city.
So, counting the parking spaces and the number of units there, and I don't see any garages. You apparently have to park and then trees across the common space to your home because there's no alleyway, there's no access to the back on the other side.
He's done it many different ways. This one I think represents what you said, but he also has developments that have one-car garages, two-car garages. When I show you our plan, I'll show you the strengths and weaknesses of our plan in regard to what you're saying. So this is about a 4-acre parcel. It's at 1500 south, about 400 west. So there's the I-15 there, obviously. This is the south end of a linear park that the Parks Department has earmarked as a dog park, essentially. So we intentionally designed this in a way that this would lead right into that open space area.
It's directly across from the mall.
To the west.
Yeah, the west. Yep. It's west of the mall.
On the other side of the freeway.
On the other side of the freeway is the mall. The mall's to the east of this picture.
So we didn't show you any of his attached housing products, but we were envisioning some attached units here along the I-15. You've got the power line corridor and the I-15 itself. So it seemed to make sense to us to put some attached units here, start to create that transition from the I-15 over to then the single-family area here. This is the community building, which I think we've drawn larger than it needs to be. In fact, probably about half that would be more in scale with what Mr. Chapin does. That's the community garden there. That's a little shed for tools that are used for the community garden. It's typical in his developments that everyone doesn't own their own rake and their own shovel. Those are all kept in the little community shed right here. And you use it to do your area, and then you put it back, and the next person uses it. These are his actual floor plans. And obviously that's the green space that we've planned, so we've been true to some of those characteristics and features. Where you'll see that we deviate is those are all 2-car garages. And we're still really struggling what to do with that. Developers that we've talked to about this have said, geez, in our climate, that's really desirable. If you don't have 2-car garages, you're probably going to have to reduce the sales price. Mr. Chapin has looked at this and said, wow, that is not going to be very appealing as you drive along this. It's just that streetscape is not going to be very appealing. He's suggesting that we use his units that have 1-car garages, then have another open parking space outside of the garage. And again, we're going to have to get with Mr. Chapin and some developers and talk through what seems to make the most sense, put that into our performa, make sure that the performa still makes sense, and go from there.
Are we trying to phase him, or are we trying to get something that will build?
Well, we certainly want something that's going to be a marketable success, right? We don't want to build something that's so pretty we can't sell it. Okay?
So that's the problem.
We're going to have to balance those two. That's right.
There's a strong sense, too, that he's in tune with some principles that make these work that we don't have any experience with. So we're listening very heavily to his advice.
It just kind of sounded like we're trying to bring him along.
I think we're feeling like we have one shot at this, get it right. And if we don't do it right, then everybody looks at it and says, oh, bad idea.
But our whole objective is to do something that's replicable. We want to do something that we can show the development community, look, you can do it. It's a commercial success. So why don't you look at doing it in other areas?
Part of the presentation back in December was the imitations, and he definitely wasn't saying, like, use me or don't, if you don't use me, everything's going to fail. But he said, sometimes people somewhat try to imitate, but they miss out on this aspect or this aspect. And he showed the pictures, and they were convincing to me. I looked at that and said, oh yeah, I can see what they were trying to do, but I can see how it failed compared to the things he was showing. So yeah, I support with what the mayor just said. I like how the footprints, at least on the sketch, you've got different footprints of these homes. I would hope that some of that diversity that we've been talking about could be incorporated. Part of this presentation was, that here's a single woman in a wheelchair. Her house is a single story, and that's it. So that might be another way to address. Maybe not every unit needs a two-car garage, because maybe we can have some diversity of units. Maybe one of those attached, 3 attached units, maybe that could be on the main square. So it's not like, oh yeah, you guys are pushed off to the corner, but maybe one of those could be pulled into the main square as well.
These home plans generally are about a little over 1,000 square feet, about 1,800 square feet. I think that's where we want to be, in that range in there.
Okay.
That gives us some diversity and appeal, I hope, to the market.
So the street that goes around the perimeter, parking on that, is there allowed parking?
Austin and I drew this so that you wouldn't have parking on the street. We drew this so that there's really any excess parking you would need. These townhome units all have 2-car garages that are internal to them.
Oh.
So this parking here and that parking there was intended to be excess for the development. It's not needed for these units or those units. It's simply for visitors and others. We intentionally didn't think we needed more up in this area for the dog park, because the Parks Department tells us they've got plenty of room for parking that they think they can put in further north. So we were not trying to park for the dog park. We were simply trying to park for the development.
So if that street is with signs, no parking, enforced by us or an HOA? Is it a private street or public?
Public street.
It's a public street.
Okay, so it has signs saying no parking, or would it be overnight parking?
Well, it depends on who wins that debate, the planners, the engineers. That's a long discussion we still have to have.
So many questions.
Pardon me, that we've gone.
Okay, to this point. But, now, if you're going to have a party, and we run into the people over in the Seven Peaks neighborhood, where there's no on-street parking, but there's also no social life, at least it's difficult.
I think something unique, maybe not unique, but something that we really do in our community is we do have a lot of family gatherings where there can be 8 cars, on the street, or, we do gather at our homes, and not necessarily just with our neighbors, which is great to do too, but family that are in other areas. So it is desirable to have some parking.
That's part of why there's those extra pockets of parking there, is to accommodate us.
Yeah, not quite one per unit.
Yeah.
So I go back and I just ask a question on that road there. In one of our neighborhood meetings yesterday, they talked about is this the right spot for this type of thing? Is this a possibility? We say we've got one shot, and if we build it right here, is the location a detriment to actually project because it's not within walking distance of a grocery store, or it's not in walking distance of, we can't get the commuter rail from here. And
Right, I think because for those reasons, we're going to have to be very careful about the parking situation and 2 spaces per unit plus guests. Where if this were infill in one of the pioneer areas or in Columbia Lane, there's enough mass transit around, it's close enough to other services that I could see people living there that only have 1 car. But this is really in suburbia out by itself enough that we're going to have to pay attention to that issue. Yeah. But still, we want to build it in a way that it shows the development community, hey, this can work. One nice thing about this is it's not that many units. There's not a lot to have to absorb.
Question.
Yes.
So I know you haven't thought it all the way through, but the garage, it has a space, kind of a little driveway leading up to it. Depending on how long that is, people may want to park in front of the garage. And eventually, the garage just fills up with stuff, and there's nothing but cars out there. So if you wanted to keep the nice look, you might want to have that short enough that someone actually could park a vehicle on it.
Yes, I just was in Maryland for vacation and walked through several brand new townhome developments built off alleys, and that's one thing I noticed was that was kept pretty small for those reasons you're talking about. Anything else on the plan? Let me just show you some of his floor plans. See, there's a garage unit with this one. Okay, all the bedrooms are on this level. This particular plan doesn't have a staircase going down to a basement, so this plan would just be a one-story plan. Most of the others do have staircases built into it. Okay, but still main floor, master bedrooms. A lot of them have partial upstairs. You can see. Okay, look at how boxy his plans are. It seems to be simple to build, but if you look at the interior photographs, you see a lot of built-in bookshelves and cabinets and those types of things that are true to the Craftsman form. And that's what I was meaning, that he takes those cost savings in that design of the building and puts that into the exterior finishes, and then also some of the things he does inside. For the plans we have on the map.
In our partnership with the developer, we sell the property, right? So we're not actually building.
Usually, what we would try to do is put the property in as a joint venture partner. We would be paid for that property at certain points through the development. But if you put that into the development up front as a joint venture partner, so that the developer doesn't have to pay for that up front and carry the cost of that through the life of the project, it really helps his bottom line, and we get paid for it in the end anyway.
But we wouldn't be the developer, which is key.
Yeah, we're not going to be the developer. We're not going to build. We're not going to do anything. But we want to have enough control, make sure it's done exactly the way we want it done.
This is the time frame that Gary referred to. So at the very bottom of the timeline, you see June 8th through 24th. That would be the Parade of Homes next year. June 8th, 24th of 2017. So you'll see we'll start next one with Mr. Chapin going through our plan and giving us any advice on the plan itself. We'll resolve this issue of parking and garages. Once we have that plan drawn like this, we give that to the engineers and let them begin preliminary engineering. Once preliminary engineering is done, we can then go ahead and start our development review and approval process. Now, I'm not convinced yet we're going to have to amend any code. I think we may be able to do this development within LDR zone, the PD overlay. We can do that. We won't have to do any amending zones or anything. We'll have to rezone the property. And if, as we move forward on this, we will start very early, probably in May, going out and meeting with the neighborhood and starting neighborhood meetings to introduce all of this.
Let's do this before we raise the fees.
Beginning through September, we're going through the entitlement process. October, we start final plans. December, we need to start development. February, start home construction. May, finish home construction so we could have a June opening.
Bill?
Yes?
What's your typical density per acre on something like this? Units per acre?
Of course, the LDR zone allows 15.
I want to say this one's right around 9. I remember right.
Isn't it 4 acres?
4 acres, yeah.
But 8, and we've got 11 and 7, 8. 7 and 8.
19.
So that's an easy calculation of that machine. That's
it's less than 5.
So the reason for the question is this seems like it's quite a bit lower density than LDR, and so I just wonder if there would be value in having a separate zone for this, so that
we don't raise concern with an LDR zone. We can go back and take a look at the R2 or R3 zone, R2 or R2.5. We can go take a back look in those zones and see if that would allow us to do this. It's a good idea. I hadn't even thought of that. I would guess this development over here is probably just over 3 units to the acre. So you're looking at 3.25 maybe. So you're looking at the difference between 3.25 to 4.75.
What do you need from the council just to
I think we would need kind of a thumbs up that when we come to you and ask for the transfer to the RDA, that's the main thing, is that you there.
I move that we get a thumbs up.
A couple comments. Kay has just been invaluable in this process because of his building experience, and it's really the right guy, I think, on your end to be involved. So thank you, Kay, for bringing that expertise. It doesn't happen without a really talented staff. If you can see their creativity and work, everything coming together, and we're really excited about it. We think it's a big thing. Talk about the missing middle, and this happens to be of the neighborhood of Terry Herbert. And we haven't talked to Terry about this, but my aspiration is that Terry or Terry's peers want to sell their home and move into this. Then that frees up a single-family home in their neighborhood that could absorb a family. That makes sense and puts Terry in a situation that's much easier to maintain than the home he's in. At the same time, it attracts a young couple that otherwise moved to Eagle Mountain because of affordability. We're having a difficult time retaining in the city.
So I like this. I want this area. The questions I have, people will see what's being built at the radio station. Is it bigger homes that families can move into? But you're making the point that if someone's actually stayed in the neighborhood long enough to kind of downsize, this is the place to go.
I think how many Terry Herberts there are that are living in a larger home because they like the neighborhood. They don't want to move away from the neighborhood. Nor do we want them to move away from the neighborhood, but they have no alternative. If you, I think we could all make an assumption if we just put this land up for sale, that you would get a continuation of these homes. Another, 4 or 5 or 6 homes in this direction. And you kind of feel like, well, so what? What's different in the neighborhood because there's 6 more homes? Put this in the neighborhood and you say, wow, it's actually pretty cool. That has a potential to actually change the dynamic of that neighborhood a little bit.
How much do you think those homes?
What's the price point and perform like?
180 to mid-2s on the overall project. Around 180 for the townhomes, the attached, and then up into the mid-2s for these.
They've done a pretty detailed pro forma that gets right down into construction costs and everything. So
infrastructure costs.
Infrastructure, yeah.
Do they all fit with the shelves inside, the nice interiors?
We got some plans. We worked with, not only did we work with Kay, but we got another developer and got some plans, and they had those costed out by some contractors. So we were feeling confident about the value on it. One of the big things that we want to try to accomplish, this seems to be an idea that is resonating with people in the community as a possibility for infill, maybe even a little larger developments in areas. And so if it is, this is unique in the market that we have down here. Even when you talk about Daybreak, they're not really doing something like this. And so since this is a unique thing, there's hesitancy in the market to go forward with it. What we wanted to do, we put in the value, we've had an appraisal on our land, we put in the value of our land, we're doing this so that it can be replicated by another developer. So if we can come in and say, yeah, this works, and we get the housing type right, we get the nesting right, we get the HOA requirements right, and we do all of that, we want to be able to say to the development community, here you go. Here's a successful project, here's our pro forma, and you can see everything that we did and try and do it.
This makes it so that the HOA, the members can see where their money is going to, and sometimes with HOAs, it might be a little green space at the corner of the, the development, but no one wants to pay for it, and no one wants to upkeep it, and no one wants, to pay their dues because they don't. So this way, you see the, the benefit of your membership at work.
I recall from the presentation in December, it sounded like he was talking about densities closer to 8 per acre. I'm struggling to see like how that would fit on here, other than maybe clustering, no garages kind of thing, and clustering and parking. I'm curious about that. And then the second thing, I don't know who Terry Herbert is. Oh, okay, cool. I do know there's some people that are looking to get away from yard care. Would every owner in here be required to maintain their common, or not their common space, but their private space, or how was that?
You can do it either way, where they maintain their own private space, or it's part of just the HOA maintenance of the entire project. You can do it either way. You can do it both ways, house by house.
Okay.
Yeah, and one of the key things with this that we've seen with this project, landscape is extremely important. And our desire would be to, with the landscaping, have an HOA requirement. That going into it, that would be our intent.
Yeah.
Is it would be a requirement. Now, the layout that you see there, that was done by Bill and Austin, and they put it together. We've talked with Mr. Chapin. He's willing to work with us, but we haven't been able to sit down with him in detail on this site. And so I'm sure he will have some comments and things that we'll have to adapt it. I know one thing that we'll have to talk with him about, that most of his communities that I've seen that they have not dealt with is snow. They're usually in an area without a lot of snow, and so we're going to have to think through some of those issues with him and with our experience. So this is a little different than we're used to in our community. It's different for the builders, the residents, and for us as city staff. And so it's requiring us to think of some things.
I was just going to say, this is really aggressive, but when the idea hit upon us of getting this in the parade of homes, we got really excited about that because we think we have something to brag about. We'd love the rest of the state and the county to see it and tour it. It'd be a great way to kick this off. So we're all committing to this highly aggressive timetable. It doesn't have any margin of error in it at all.
Go back one more slide.
Back.
Yeah, one more. Keep going.
Okay.
That one right there. Just in general, when the areas are redeveloped or whatever, how it interfaces with the public street is important. Some of the worst things that have gone into the pioneer neighborhoods have been apartment buildings where, their front entrances are interior, and all you get is a wall with utilities on the outside, and that's the public face of it. So that's just something that is of interest to me.
That's why we try to keep a setback similar to what is already there.
Okay.
And it's like something this building is bigger than it needs to be. That's a community building. But we already were thinking about that right day from here, and then how it's going to look from there. But certainly this street frontage is the most important.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're thinking about that. And
what you see between that site plan and that image that you pointed out that's certainly something that can go on right there.
Good.
What is the far right-hand corner?
There?
Provo Power.
Provo substation.
This is a Google Hut right there, isn't it?
Google Hut, yes.
Yeah, Google Hut.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Rubin?
Anything but thumbs up. We're all good. Go fast.
All right. We're going to have to. Okay, thank you.
We're going to be paying consultation.
That was built into our pro forma.
We built in pro forma, engineers, consultants, everything. We worked with a developer, and from the beginning we said we want to run this as if we were an actual developer
so it can be replicated. We don't want to do something and have everybody go, wow, that's great. Nobody can ever do it again unless the city gives a subsidy. So we want, at the end of the day, we put in our land and the cost of the land and the carrying cost of the land. It's just that we could be an equity partner up front, so a developer could free them up a little bit to do this. But all the costs are there. And it's a pretty sound pro forma. It's pretty detailed, wouldn't you say, Kay?
Yeah, that was good.
Our next item is discussion and overview of the Provo City 5-year capital improvement plan budget. This will be presented by Alan Morgan, Director of Administration.
So I'm going to have Dustin, our net budget officer, lead through it. Thank you.
Here, do you want to introduce this, or do you want me to?
Oh, I would love to. Thank you, Dustin. This is a different look than you've seen before on the CIP. And I think what's happened over the years is city departments have been able to really put anything they want on the CIP without too much filtering from us. Because we knew when it got closer, then that's when it would get the evaluation. But it was problematic because as a council, you would look at it and you would see something out there as unfunded and say, wow, how are we going to pay for that? Or the administration is saying, oh, that's not even a worry to us because we haven't even evaluated if we need that. Council didn't have that. So this year we reorganized it and put it in a different format that Dustin will show you that will highlight things that we must have so the council will know that and then highlight whether or not we have a funding source for that. So very quickly bore down in on our areas where we have something critical but not funded, or something critical and have funded, or things that are aspirations. Goodness.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. So just as he said, this reorganization has resulted in a marginally longer document, but if you go ahead and advance the I have it. I can do this. Awesome. Excellent. So this is just to let you know we've run through all of our major capital improvement funds, ranging from airport, energy, Provo 360, all the way down to water. And how they're organized is the first, we have summaries. We have multiples. We have 2 summaries where applicable. There's a funded summary for some projects and unfunded projects. Of these funded projects, you'll notice we've actually added what's called this priority level here. This priority level determines kind of how urgent need is. Down here you'll find what those classifications are. Priority 1 project is a critical health and safety project, something we feel needs to be done. The 2 would be a necessary infrastructure, something that would be prudent for us to do. And 3 being an aspirational project or something that the city would like to do. Now these 2 caveats to the 2, there are C's, which are based on conditional funding, with the idea being that there are many times a lot of these projects are based on cooperation with outside entities or rely on grants. So that this 2C implies that this is a project that we want to do, that needs to be done, but it's conditional based on the funding that's coming from that outside source. And similar to that is the projects depending on outside funding. So C's typically are more reliable, or we've already identified a source, and the D, I think, it has a great degree of uncertainty. So I don't plan on going through all. I think it's about 160 pages in this meeting, and you're welcome to peruse it. It's available, I think, to you.
Can I just mention too, if the C loses, if that 2C loses its funding, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a 2.
Yes.
Does that make sense? It doesn't mean that we have to go find funding for it. It would then need to be reevaluated and likely drop off to more of a 3.
Right. Like, for instance, this southeast parking lot, that isn't necessarily an urgent need or something that we need to do. But while we have a funding source to do it, we will do it. And that's kind of the intent behind that classification. And so you'll notice here in this unfunded one, you'll see that 2D, this new terminal facility, is based on a potential FAA funding that we might get. And if we were to get that, we would then be responsible for somewhere in the ballpark of 25% of that terminal. So while you'll see it appears next year, the idea of that classification of being a GD is that the need isn't very urgent. It's kind of based on these outside circumstances. And ideally, next year, these two other things, these are kind of, we would like to do these, and if we do this other project, we would need to do these things. And so that's kind of the overall layout of how this goes. And then you'll find these projects are organized, again, by the priority level. So the higher priority ones are at the top at the beginning, and the funded projects are at the beginning, followed by the unfunded projects, and then the priority. So the projects after this is all of these airport projects, which is why this document is so large. You can find specific information about where the funding sources are, where the expenses are, priorities, consequences of delaying the projects, how the projects relate to our adopted plans, policies, Vision 2030 goals. This is intended to be a comprehensive analysis of our needs and the justification behind them. And you have specific projects, and again, here it has this status if you have any questions on a specific project, whether it's funded or what the priority is.
So, over the many years that we've been working on building up the airport to what it is now and what's going to be in the future, laws and investment. And I just generally I feel good about it, not getting into the numbers, but I wonder, I wouldn't say we necessarily go on cash positive ever on any given year, or there's an O&M things. Would be hoping for in the future with maybe peripheral businesses that would play into the overall economic picture. Hopefully we're looking for the airport to become something that we're not just subsidizing.
I don't know if Dave, if you want to answer that question, or Dave Decker is.
I was going to say, you give us like 60 minutes to answer that question.
That's a big question. I can try to give a very quick summary, and the mayor probably can add some. We did a master plan a number of years ago. This was about 10 years ago or so. And when we did the master plan at that point, they estimated about $23 million of economic benefit that in the community because of the airport. It's not directly related to the airport, obviously, but businesses, that are having people flying in, flying out, hotels, things like that, they estimated about $23 million of associated economic impact. And I think that's really, even long term, I think that's really what the goal is. I think we will eventually get to the point, if you look at the actual subsidy over the 3 years that I've been here, the 4 years that I've been here, each year it's gone down a little bit. We're in the $250 range, $250,000 range right now. It used to be in the 300, just over 300. So each year we're getting a little bit better. It's mostly because of parking. We're starting to reap that benefit. And most airports, that's really the direct finances that help the city is through parking. But I think long term for the airport, it's really what does it do to the community? What does it help the community for? And that's really what we're after.
The $23 million was over what time period?
That's annually, every year. That's an indirect benefit to Utah County. It wasn't just Provo cities. They looked at it county-wide, and they said that's what Utah County is achieving.
About 60 minutes, but if there's ever an opportunity, I think that'd be a good work meeting session to have Steve come and talk about scheduled service, how it's going, what he anticipates, what development he would expect around the airport. It's a pretty bright picture. But the beauty of this to me is before the council was getting this is what I would say is flat. So you would look at something and say, well, we don't have funding for that. But it would be, in our minds, it would be a 3. But there was no way for you to discriminate if it was a 1, 2, or a 3. Yeah, so hopefully this is far more helpful
Yeah, I think it's illustrated again here that these priority 1 projects, these are urgent things, intersection modifications that affect health and safety of the community. sidewalk, we're going to hold on these are safety improvements for our community, and that they're paying that. So if a crisis happened, we weren't able to do some of these projects, we know which projects are lower priority, and those are funded.
I have several questions about actual items in the document. I talk about those, but one I did is on page 27. And that one is completing the road from Seven Peaks to 1450. And I guess the number one complaint or concern from that neighborhood to me is the speed of traffic on 1450. And there was a lot of angst expressed too by connecting that road. So what is the public outreach process? And I was told the funding for that was 5-10 years down the road. There's no funding, and now it looks like next year there's funding for the next 2 years. There's funding allocated for that. So I just want to know what the public process is when you do decide to complete something that's on the master plan that's not necessarily the neighborhood as said they want, and the neighborhood plan is in process for that neighborhood as well. So.
I'd be happy to address it. When we do significant road projects like that, we generally go out to the neighborhoods that are impacted neighborhood meetings. One of the things that we have talked about on this road is to put up some radar detected signs. I think the neighborhood has asked for some of those. We've talked about putting those up and probably feeling the need to do that, and probably well in advance of those neighborhood meetings before we start to talk about the road connections, so that they start to feel a little bit more comfortable about the speeds on the code.
Yeah, it's we did some striping. We did put in some bike lanes and did some striping to see if that could quell it a little bit, but it's still pretty much a raceway for motorcycles. And I mean, you don't have to really try to go fast downhill, right? So. Yeah, so I know that's a big concern for the neighborhoods. Just
one of the things in this specific area, there's an opportunity for a four-way stop right there at the very north end of that project, and that obviously is where we have the capability of putting warranted stops in. It does help the speed in general.
And I guess going years back, there was some real resistance to connecting that road and connecting it north through Rock Canyon, which is now Rock Canyon Park. And so some of the older residents that lived there kind of went through that whole process. Felt like that was resolved back then, but now it's not. Anyway, just that's going to need to be addressed.
My experience is every time we fill in something like this on this master plan, they're usually very painful, but they're important parts of the master plan.
Right. Well, and to some degree, that'll increase traffic quite a bit. When there was 90s, when 90s had all the construction, there were just streams of cars driving up into that neighborhood just to avoid 90s, and so it'll increase traffic to that road. But that's the number one complaint in the neighborhood right now, and so it's a big concern.
Right. But that means it's taking off somebody else's street. My point is when you connect things that are part of the master plan, it helps it overflow the traffic in the city. Rarely do those residents who live in that area like that. Larger plan, you go ahead with it.
Right. Well, and it connects, but then it doesn't. You can't go north. I mean, it stops at Rock Canyon Park, so you can connect to a certain degree, and then you have to go back west off the hill. So you're really funneling traffic through a neighborhood to alleviate night peace, I guess. And that's something that Dave Gray just said in the last meeting you don't want to do. You don't want to funnel traffic through a neighborhood. But anyway, so I just wanted to make that point, that's probably a concern.
I think one thing that's important to note as well is anything that's not in this year, these are really the years. This is solid. These are all subject to change. Next year, they might have done a study and found out over the course of this year that there are changes to it. So I think anything past this is subject to change, and the intention behind providing 5 years is to let you know that this is on the radar, this is something that we plan on doing, but it's still subject to change based on the information that's being given.
Is that full funding? Is that full funding for that road?
It is.
So what was 5 or 10 years out is.
It's over those 2
So I'm
years.
just saying there needs to be some.
Yeah, and I'm sure, and my point was mostly that there is still the opportunity to change it. You're not approving, when you approve the budget, you're approving these next year's budget. All in fiscal year.
So is this one of the rare examples of a road that the city is building because it's not and there's no developer contributing?
But the Ivory Homes development contribute to the.
They did.
And the impact fees.
They did.
How much?
I'd have to go look back.
Yeah, I don't know.
But Ivory Homes, I can tell you, the impact fees for Ivory Homes did pay for that entire road.
Right.
Pay for the water and the sewer. This is from my understanding.
Do you have another project you'd like?
Yeah, so page 39, this 38, something like that road goes through an existing part. That just goes through an existing part. And that's going to be given up willfully or not?
On the master plan for decades.
I know it's been there, but now I guess it's still funding is out 5 or so years. Okay, so that's.
It would require council action.
Right, okay, that's what I wanted to know about that one. And then,
You can see land acquisition is well over half the cost of the project.
yeah. Okay. And then, let's see, page 39 is, I guess I didn't understand the necessity of having a frontage road on State Street. Is State Street, do you think it's going to be so busy that we need a frontage road on that South State? That.
Dave, do you know?
Not a frontage road on state, but a road along the tracks.
Actually,
it's not
I think
along.
it's actually along
the railroad tracks?
railroad tracks.
Oh,
The backside as opposed to putting local traffic out onto State Street.
yeah,
And
okay.
it goes underneath 1860 South.
Okay, well, that makes sense. I thought that was State Street. I didn't see the map very well. Okay, that makes sense. And then, let's see, 61, there was purchase of property on 9th East and just to the north. And what's the purchase of property? Is it the parking lot, part of those parking stalls on the north end?
So, I think that the idea is, that it would have to be slightly larger, and I think this is for energy to meet certain requirements of safety and setting off this.
I guess this is this year. And what about the townhomes to the south? Like it takes off, is that eminent domain on the entire complex? Like how does that happen?
I don't know.
Those lines are not intended to be.
Yeah, I think they're not the
property
actual
lines.
ones.
Those are utility transmission lines, and they're just sort of generally put on the map for GI.
Yeah, and this comes from their mapping system.
That's not to indicate.
So we have no idea. I mean, I couldn't figure out the line. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but, so I doubt that there's any type of condemnation of the airport.
Okay,
Yeah,
for 200,000. Yeah, okay. So we don't know where they're acquiring, but
I don't know exactly, but I would guess it's probably that.
Yeah, I would suspect that it would be some of them pretty easily done.
Okay. All right, that helps. And then 73, that's actually just something I didn't know was happening, overpass over Freedom, which is really needed, but it's not always, there's no funding.
You'll notice that it's unfunded, it's pretty dependent on if we got MAG funding. And I think that's subject to change as well, whether it's a different location or not.
It's one of the projects that we're talking with the TMAC, and David, I apologize, you were probably going to say the same thing, where the master plan, the transportation master plan is really, we're concerned about where the right location for that overpass is. We think that there is a need there, but is it really on 200 West or is it 500 West or another location? transportation, there's a lot of discussion that happens.
I had the opportunity to be in Washington. I was talking with somebody about funding for roads, especially over railroads. They said there was $800 million available. Do you know anything about those grants? Are those things that we need to be looking into? Apparently there was a lobbyist that has done a fair amount with Provo in the past. She was asking her about the city, and she says, I deal with a lot of those transportation funds. I have names. Do you know anything about those grants?
I don't know a lot about them. I know if this project came up and we decided, we want to pursue this heavily, we'd probably need to go outside of the normal funding sources that we look at.
It's the D, if you notice, the D on that is that it's not a city funded.
It's not city funded. Okay, that's good.
This is something that we've talked about with the team at. There's definitely some pros and there's definitely some cons of having these overpasses, particularly for the people who live in the area. If you look at that price tag, the $22 million, I think that's the cost of the Lakeview Parkway, like from Center Street all the way up to 200 North. So that's not a small amount of money. And I think that's one of those reasons why I think it would be good to have some discussion about, is there any way we can avoid putting in overpasses by shifting the switching yard a little bit? And maybe that's never going to happen, but I'd like to explore it just a little bit because I think we had the school district come in and plead with us, and that was 900 West, I believe, is what 900 West is what they were talking about, or 600 West.
Well, both really.
600, 900. The thing is those railroad tracks affect, all the way up and down, and we might be able to, for $22 million, we might be able to fix one that has a negative impact for people that are around it, but all of them stay the same. Whereas if we could shift that off a little bit, now we'll almost solve all of those intersections. So just there is a time component to this. We might be looking for funding. We might, because it's on our 5-year. Hope we do take some time to explore some of that sooner than later.
So that brings up a question. Presentation on how's it coming with the negotiation with the railroad company on these. Franchise.
I'm wondering why you get this look from me. Remember where that was on your priority list. And my point is, it's out there. Robert's working on it. If you want it to be a priority, you got to move it up on your priority list, and we'll move it up on ours.
I just didn't know how the resolution might be.
I don't know. Because it's not on the priority list.
So you're saying if we need to make that?
No. It's being worked on. I can't tell you personally where it's at.
Page 102, the library, it looks like they're using RAP tax money for the library.
Yeah, so I was going to mention these projects. So in parks, you'll notice here there's actually 3 projects that have center arts and library. So we wanted to include in this report all of the revenue. So this number represents all of the revenue for RAP tax that we expect to generate over the next 5 years. And you'll see if you look at the individual projects, it'll show which ones that we're planning on using RAP tax money for. And funds for, this is the money dedicated to Happy Center and specifically to arts projects. So this isn't at all capital related, but these are arts endeavors for the Happy Center. It's $50,000 allocation to each of these 3 sources. RAP tax dedicated to those expenses, whereas the major parts. There's even operating expense. These operating costs you see that here. These are rent, operating costs, and then those service bills. rec tax revenues balance expenditure.
And I guess I was just curious because the library has a sort of funding stream through property tax, and I would why the RAP tax and go to library as well. So
When we discussed the RAP tax, that was our proposal. And I think we're all aware that could change, particularly with the Grantwell project under review. But our last discussion was that was the allocation right there.
it was the library. Yeah, I couldn't remember what exactly.
Yeah, for new arts programs.
Oh, okay. And that went through the library for the new arts programs.
So what we talked about is taking $50,000 and giving it to the Covey Center for New Arts Programs, $50,000 to the library because they had started some arts programs that I would encourage, and then the $50,000 was yet somewhat unresolved. We talked about Arts Festival or things like that.
Okay.
So and I think they're, in a sense, they're a placeholder until those are more refined.
Okay. And then, their question. And then on page, let's see, 66. Sorry, go back to there's this a quiet zone around the train, and why not come out of our budget if it's, I guess I just don't understand what that is.
Dave, do you want to tackle that one?
Self-established. The idea that but they also have to do certain improvements on those crossings. Those crossings or immediately next to it, we haven't been able to do all the crossings because so we're looking after some additional funding. We've got some funding that's on some of the crossings that UTA did not improve.
And the city.
That's correct.
Okay. And then I guess just my final
B and C. I need to prove something is coming from B and C funding.
Okay, so why is UTA partnering in that?
Because they don't have trains on those tracks.
They don't have.
So they're just the other. Okay.
So they improve the ones that have the front runner affected, but if they're separated at all, then you have to do the quad gates or the, whatever the improvements are required to keep it, put it in a quiet zone.
Islands now use that's something that crossings UTA's and the
This is a pretty serious issue for people that live around there from a quality of life perspective and improving the neighborhood situation. It's,
I didn't realize there were cool, enhancements that were happening when it's just quiet zone.
which that's
That
place is getting sort of talking about more from the safety.
So they don't have to worry about people crossing, right? Okay. Okay, and then the final one was just, I just noticed as I looked through the plan that at the bottom you have the goals that it refers to, and they're all Vision 2030 goals. There were no general plan mentioned in any of the goals that I could see in the entire plan. The general plan was never mentioned, and so I wonder, are departments looking at the general plan at all when they're making these?
I think this particular field has actually changed the past few years of being more general or focused on general plan, or I think there was a time when it was particularly emphasized Vision 2030. I think around Vision 2030's creation, and so I think a lot of I do believe that the departments are looking at the general plan. I think it's possible that a lot of these are just carryovers because, as you might imagine, it's a rather difficult document to combine. And every year we send out new versions of this, and they have to update everyone manually. And so I think it's possible that out of convenience, it doesn't include references to the general plan. But I think that it's largely they're working around.
It'd be nice to have, you mentioned what the goals are, what the things that we're trying to accomplish from the general plan in there as well, because it does talk about plans and or policies, and all I can see is Vision 2030. In the Parks and Rec, they had their CIP, or their, Parks and Rec's master plan, had made mention of that, and safe, and power was more general. It wasn't really referring to Vision 2030 or the general plan. It was more just what their needs are.
Yeah, and I think again, it's kind of more down to staff time and priorities, and if we feel the need to emphasize that next year, we can make sure that's part of it.
Yeah, I think it's important. I mean, it's our plan, so it's important to have that. Make sure that was looked at and included. So, and those were all the questions I had. Is there anyone else have questions?
I just had a question, how you find the time to do this?
It was about 1 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Anyway, maybe it's quirky about me, but.
I appreciated the format. I found it very helpful, and this is my first one, so I didn't know it was different. But even though it was 140 pages or something, it was very digestible. So thank you for that.
The other thing I would add too is I've been with the city 20 years, and this is the most time that we've spent with the mayor and the administration and the department heads on really making a big focus and trying to have this be a good long-term guiding document. So I think there's a big benefit. I think your comments are good too. It's an evolving document, and we can continue to enhance it and increase it. But I think there were some significant improvements, and I would also say having Dustin on board, brand new, he made a huge contribution as well.
I blogged about it, and I suggested if anyone really wants to know what's going on,
it's right there. You're right.
Yeah, it's there, and I think there are some things there that people notice, they get excited about, and so but it's hard to wade through them a little bit. But I think you guys made it digestible, and I hope some people that care about the direction of the city and what projects are on the horizon and whatnot, I hope they take the time to go through it. It's very informative.
This is the best stuff I've ever seen, so thank you, Charles. It really is.
All right. Thank you. Are there other administrative items?
We're anticipating we're anticipating council meeting will not go an hour, so we have to go prepare for that. We don't want to be caught unprepared for a short council meeting.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Well, I'm not making any commitments. I'm out of here.
So we do have a closed meeting.
A closed meeting requested by the council, and the topic of that closed meeting does fall under the statutory requirements for a closed meeting, so it would be appropriate at this time to make a motion to close the meeting.
Is there a motion to close the meeting? Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Connect. All in favor? Voting is unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you.